we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Happy July the 1st. Happy Canada Day and 2023 for all you wonderful people. And the Canadians too, eh? And thank you for the welcomes from John and Henry and Scott and Sharon Stewart and our wonderful King Colin. Glad to have everyone on board here today. And yeah, it's a happy Saturday, eh? You like that, Sharon? That is what we got to do here in Canada, eh? Too much fun. Anyway, I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm going to say welcome to our moderators first off, and that would be Arizona Snowman, of course, and Piggy, who's likely snoozing, and maybe a CND boy, who's likely out chopping wood. And of course we've got Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and possibly Mona Lisa Smiles. And those are our wonderful moderators, and thanks guys for popping in every once in a while and doing your thing. All good. Sometimes we don't see them, they're all hiding in the background, but that is perfectly okay. We are accepting. They don't have to be in the chat all the time. Sometimes it's difficult to, chat with millions of people all day long. It's sometimes just, better to sit back and relax and just watch the show go on. But anyway, that's all cool. First person in today was our wonderful Henry, and Henry gets the cookies, so we'll get him a few stacks of cookies there. There you go, Henry. First one in, and awesome job. And glad that we got that all straightened out. And Brian Perfectibility 999 was the second one in. And on his screen, apparently it showed him as being first, but he refreshed, and then it did show Henry as being first. So all cool. Piggy is on board. Welcome, Piggy. Hugs. And everyone say hi to Piggy. Give her some crayons so she can be happy. I don't know if just crayons will make her happy, but at least it's a good start, and all good that way. And let's see, what else we got that we want to throw in there? Num num. Well, I'll throw Piggy some crayons too. There. Just to start that out. I'll work on the cart later. Too much to type right now. Anyway, so what's shaken? Well, kind of since yesterday, since we've got a fairly short turnover between the shows, we don't have a full 24 hours in. But, we do have some earthquakes around the world that are new and popped in. Some good shakers up in the Alaskan islands there. So we'll see what happens there. And what else we got? Anything else shaken? They did show an earthquake in England at 2.7 from actually 2 days ago. It just popped onto the map. I was wondering about that, why all of a sudden it's there. It wasn't there before. I know it wasn't there yesterday. So kind of odd, but that is okay, I guess. And biggest quake that we see is a South Indian Ocean of 5.8. No tsunami. Happened at 1:29 a.m. our time, 10 kilometers down for that. And that is just a little ways out from, what is it, west of, Indonesia, Sumatra, and kind of southeast of Sri Lanka. So it puts us out in the middle of the water anyhow. So all good. And let's see what else we want to talk about real quick. Really didn't see too much going on as far as volcanic activity. We know Merapi had a couple good fits as far as that is concerned. Our Mexican cameras apparently are down I tried to get some video from there, but they seem to be having some issues there in Mexico, and I'm not sure what the deal is with their volcano cameras, but they seem to be down today for some reason. I really do not know why, but I'm going to try see if we can get one to come back up. And I tried earlier, it was down, and apparently still down. So yeah, that is, we don't get to see what Popocatépetl is doing, darn it. And of course, Fuego and those other ones further south are working, so we'll kind of make yourself wonder what the heck is going on. Anyway, maybe they've got something that got broke, or who knows what. I don't know if they're all running through the same system there, but something locally may have gone wrong. And it's just the volcano cameras. It's not the other streams from Webcam de Mexico. So kind of makes a guy wonder. And that's about it there. Of course, on the screen we have our wonderful stuff from Kilauea volcano. Also, just want to remind everyone, don't mess with the pig. Okay, she bites. Okay, never mind. And apparently Quackers came back. Okay, so he'll be here for likely the entire show. I don't know. The duck comes and goes. I guess every time there's a bad weather, he comes here to hide. I have no idea. And for those who don't quite understand, it's an imaginary duck, okay? We're just doing that to have a little bit of fun, just so you know. And of course, it's taken off. And some people actually think it's real. So I just wanted to clarify that. So if you hear the duck sound, yep, Sharon Stewart, it is a virtual duck. What a doctor said, what Dr. Fox, no. Oh, if Piggy, if you want me to get a real duck, I'm going to have a little problem with the landlord. I mean, the rabbits are one thing, magpies are another, squirrels, okay, but the duck, I don't know what the heck is going to go on. Dr. Fox trickery. Oh boy, Piggy. A little bit of fun. And yeah, that poor duck. He's hiding around here somewhere. All right, let's get at things and get going and see what we got happening. And this morning I was kind of watching our wonderful Helemaumau crater there in Hawaii, and I thought it was a little bit too smoky. And right now it seems to have calmed down a little bit. But when you are looking at it, you can see we've had more collapsing happening in that southwest cone area. I should get rid of that banner. Give me a second. And there we go. Gone. But yeah, it looks like it broke a little bit more, or something collapsed within that area. And not seeing too much new stuff out here. Still seeing a fair amount of steam / smoke emanating from the edges, though. And that is always suspicious. We see some right down here as well. This to be expected, since it's a low point and moisture will drain in there and get going. Dr. Fox Thistle killed my slippers today. Oh no, Piggy. That's a bad thistle. Bad thistle. Don't bite the slippers. Oh boy, that is not good. Not good. Maybe too much spider guts on there or something. Oh boy. Hope it's all good there. Oh, she drowned them. Oh boy. Oh boy. Gura26 also here. Anyway, I'm going to go say hi to everyone before we carry on. Of course, Henry was first, so we'll say hi to Henry. Gura26 made it in. We got John Raper, and let's see, Sasha is here. Brian Perfectability 999 on board. Nancy Buchanan also here. Welcome, Nancy. John Raper we got. Okay, Dan is on board. Welcome, Dan. And scrolling up here, Sharon Stewart. Also here, Nancy Buchanan. And scrolling up, our wonderful King Colin Deadman. Also on board, Peter Greenlees is here. Hermione and Fluffy, welcome. And Metal Omi 54, welcome on board. And okay, we got Sharon, we got Sasha. Scrolling up here a little bit more, looking for other names. And Scott Hartman, I don't know if I said hi to you, but welcome. Brandon Gray also here, welcome. And still going up a little bit more. Trev the Wonky Donkey is here, welcome. And we got Dan, we got Hermione, still scrolling upward here. We got Peter already as well. Connie Tyree, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else did I miss so far? Kevin Williams, welcome. And let's see, Scott we got going up the list here. Who else? Who else is in here that I did not call out yet? Layla is also here. Welcome, Layla. Tom Dice and Pepper is at home, so Tom is chilling by himself. And that is all cool. Let's see, who else we got in here? We got Dan, we got Brian. Okay, I'm still scrolling upward looking for more wonderful names. If I don't call your name out, don't blame me. No. You can certainly speak up once I finish with this, and then I can see your name at the bottom and see what we can say. CVET69 also on board. Welcome, CVET. And still scrolling up, looking for others. Okay, I'm up as far as I can go, and I don't see anyone else. If I did not say your name or say hi to you, you're always welcome to speak up. Yvonne Kunkel is here. Welcome, Yvonne. Good to see you. Hugs. And Judy M. also on board. Slippers. Slippers got the hogwash. Maybe Thistle couldn't take it anymore and said it doesn't smell right. We have to clean these. And Dan also here. I think I got Dan earlier. Okay, so yeah, looking at what we see here. Iceland nap may be ending soon. Been hearing about the new magma intrusion under the Reykjanes. Yes, we're going to talk about that right away. We'll get to it. But first I want to just go over Hawaii. So as I mentioned already, we did see some material has dropped here or collapsed within that southwest vent. It did look a lot smokier earlier this morning, and we can take you back to that scene. And I don't know if it was more just a condensation thing, but you can certainly see it in that view. It definitely looked like more smoke coming out of the area. So hard to say what was going on, but in that shot, you can also tell there's a lot of condensation evaporating, and quite a bit in the that back area, as well as in the lower parts there. So any water that may have accumulated got in contact with heat or the sun burning it off, but hey, that's what we got. And that is just to give you a little bit of an insight as to what we got going on there. So no eruption as of yet, and I'm hoping that we'll see something. Putting that back to live, let's have a quick look at the other camera shots. This, of course, from 4:35 a.m. Hawaii time. We are still seeing that big glow spot there. That, of course, is in what we call the old west vent area. There's that hornito that tried to build up there. That's that spot. There's also another smoker further out there, and of course this is that central vent and the southeast lava pond area with a few light spots. Going to refresh that. We'll take a look at what we got going on there now. And no thanks, we'll do that. And there you can see the southeast lava pond. Really not doing much. A couple spots were we see the glow points. That's where it's smoking, central vent right in there. And then of course the two spots over here. So we're actually, well, that one, and there's another one somewhere over here, that hot spot. Hard to see on this map. It's also hard to make out what the old west lava pond was like because it's partially destroyed. I'm not seeing any new subsetting of the material here. It looks all about the same level, so nothing has sunk down, nothing looks like it's going to collapse, so we'll leave it as that. This of course was the B1 camera. We couldn't see a darn thing on it during the night. And of course now you can see a long range shot, of course Mauna Loa in the background, all cool. And yep, that's it. Really nothing crazy going on there, so we'll leave that one be. Let's go to the thermal shot. This one was from earlier. I need to make sure I can show that properly. There we go. So yeah, the old southwest lava pond. Here's that hot spot, of course, the bigger one that we've seen glowing, and nothing else really to report on that. Still seeing this stuff down here, likely where it's cracked open and just revealing some heat as it vents off. That material, of course, is still quite hot underneath. We know there's magma underneath there, so if we redo that, looks a little less during the daytime, but still just about the same. Nothing weird or odd about it. And getting back to the screen again, the big thing that we were looking at, well, it's not that big, but is that southwest event having a little bit of a collapse of material. So pretty cool. Whoopsie Saturday again. Welcome, Grandma B. Glad to have you on board. And who else popped in? Did I miss anyone popping in? I got Henry. Yeah, he was first, so he didn't just pop in. Susie is here as well. Welcome, Susie. And we got everyone else. Katla apparently has notable increase in seismic activity during the summer melt season, so Katla might be a bit tricky. And that's exactly it, Brendan. We definitely talked about that yesterday with that 4.43 quake they had being 135 meters down. It, of course, makes you wonder if that would be in the ice sheets there. Grandma B throws in a gift membership, and Cookster Littlefield is the lucky recipient. And that's awesome, Grandma B. Let me write that down. Grandma B gifted one. Excellent, and congratulations to Cookster, and thank you again, Grandma B, for that wonderful support. Awesome. Okay, let's leave. Oh, actually, hang on. We do have a little bit of a report here. I think I might have to do a recapture on this to get that, though. Let's see. Where is... Oh, I might be able to do it. No, that one won't. Not quite. No, because they did a different format. Let me just re-grab this screen here, and we'll do a little bit of a better report. That way, if we get the whole thing on there. They changed stuff, so it's not always easy to keep up. I did have to reboot my computer again, and hopefully we'll be able to fix this. Oh, come on. There we go. Oop. This one, I want to stretch that. There we go. All right. Piggy throws in $1 or £1.99. Vlogs. Awesome, Piggy. And that is neat. £1.99, and thank you very kindly for that wonderful support, Piggy. And now let's see what we got on this. So it says Kilauea volcano update. Eruption ceased. Lava is no longer active from the southwest spatter cone. I think we already knew that. And the effusive eruption within Helima Uma'u's lava lake ended on June 19th. This came with the official HVO statement yesterday. The lava flow stopped, and Gura throws in a super chat too. Thank you, Gura. That is very kind of you. Gura26 and throws in 30 Swedish kroners, and that is awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that, Gura. Awesome and cool. Anyway, so the lava flow stopped to be active on the southwest cinder cone, and continues to form a slabs of a dark solidified crust of the lava lake surface. And Piggy throws in another one. Piggy, thank you. Piggy, I'm writing that down. I'm hopefully gonna be able to do that. 199. Thank you for that thumbs up, Piggy. That is awesome. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so the lava flow stopped to be active from the southwest cinder cone and continues to form slabs of a dark solidified crust on the lake surface. Okay, SO2 emissions have decreased to near pre-eruption background levels. Therefore, the alert of the volcano was lowered to yellow. And that is what we've got going on. So there is our Helma crater. I'm waiting for the next eruption though. I think there is still more to go with this particular bout. I don't think it's finished. I think it's taken a break. But hey, I might be wrong. You never know. There's of course the satellite view of the Helma crater. Don't know how old that image is, but looks doesn't quite look right. But you never know. And not sure what that is, and that is a photo from Tom Pfeiffer. The crater terrace with 5 active vents in the blue hour, as it says. That is a pretty cool looking shot, and that is from Tom Pfeiffer. And here's a different one. The morning approaches, the intense red and yellow glow or light of the lava once again mixes with the blue of the sky, creating a unique spectacle. And again, Tom Pfeiffer is the photographer for that shot from volcanodiscovery.com. That is pretty awesome. Okay, let's leave Hawaii be. We'll leave that there. Let's go over and see what is happening in Iceland. And of course, Iceland is making me wonder what we got going on. So there's the city of Reykjavik. Of course, it is, what time is it? 8:21 p.m. there. So looks like they've got some nasty clouds in the background. Not that bad though. They're in the capital city of Reykjavik is what you're seeing. If we can back up about 10 hours, we can see what it looked like earlier today. And I don't believe there was much of a change weather-wise. Let's see if that'll show it. Yeah, really not that much other than the direction of the sun peeking in on them. And yeah, you do definitely see the larger clouds and so on. So pretty cool shot. This, of course, from the Perlin Center there in Reykjavik. We'll put that one back on live and make it smaller and go to the next one. And this, of course, is also from the Perlin Center. And looking at the sunset, well, the sun is way up there yet. It's not going to set just quite yet. Off in the distance, you can see a Kilauea, and of course the regional airport. If we back that up about 10 hours as well, just to get a peek there in the other direction. All looks pretty much the same. We are still seeing fairly decent visibility, so looks pretty good. And no airplanes landing today. Darn it, we had one yesterday. Let's go and put it back on live, make that one smaller, and get over to the Reykjanes Peninsula. Out by the lighthouse, you can see this road coming in here, and up there, that goes over to the lighthouse. That's pretty cool. There you can see the primary geyser vent putting out a steam. Of course, this is just very far on the southwest end of the Reykjanes Peninsula, so it looks pretty cool. The power plant, that of course a steam-powered power plant from natural occurring steam and free energy basically, and looks pretty good. Also off in the distance you can see the town of Grindavik there, and over there is the top of our wonderful Ragnar, that little rise there on the ridge. And if you look right in there, you can see some steam and smoke coming up. That is the Blue Lagoon. So that gives you a pretty good idea what it looks like there. And we will pop back about 10 hours as well. Take a look what their daytime was like. It looks like it was moving in the other direction. Celebrate the first super chat from Ken Wilson. Ken Wilson, thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat, and writing that down. Appreciate that £10 super chat. Ken Wilson, very kind of you, and appreciate your support. And let me get that written down. There we go, £10. There we go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And yes, Susie, condolences to you and having lost a very dear friend, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it, but it's always tough when you lose someone, you know, even, I don't know, it's hard to say in proper words, but condolences, Susie. It's tough, right? Anyway, getting back to the show, so that's what it was looking like earlier there at the Reykjanes Peninsula. And thanks, Ken, I appreciate that. Putting it back on live, let's get back over to the next one. We want to have a look at what Katla is doing. And yes, Katla is one of those things. Volcano covered in ice, and we are seeing a lot of ice moving. This is the present view of it right now. Unfortunately, all kinds of cloud on top, so we're not able to actually see Katla itself underneath the ice, of course, or we can't even see most of the ice pack. There you can see a little bit of it, and that is kind of what we've got in the area. This is about 10 hours ago. I didn't see any really better views, maybe slightly further back 11 hours ago. Well, we just see the edges of it. So hard to tell what is going on there, unfortunately. If I move back to about 6 hours ago, that's what we were seeing. It doesn't appear that Katla is erupting or anything like that, so hopefully that'll all be okay. Donkey on, oh, I'm going to take a look at that once I get an opportunity. Anyway, that is Katla today. We'll see what it's doing as far as quakes and stuff. I know there's a lot of quake activity going on, so we'll take a look. But it's not Katla that's got all the quakes today, and that's a little heads up for what's going on there. And we'll go to the other one here, and we'll see. Whoop! I wanted to turn that on. There we go. Yeah, from the other angle, we're really not seeing too much more there, so I'm not going to worry about that one. Let's go back to leaving it on this one here, so we can see what the scoop is there. And we'll move over to the harmonic tremor charts next, and kind of give ourselves an idea of what may be happening there. I'm going to refresh that just so I'm current, and there we go. So yeah, as far as activity, really nothing too crazy going on according to what we're seeing here at the chart for Erupción. So that area is not that wild, and we are seeing our magmatic almost a constant all the way across. The green seismicity definitely had a little up and down again, and hopefully it'll stay steady. And as far as our tectonic movement, we see some very small spikes in here, likely some quakes adjacent to the area, nothing directly at our Fragano area. And looks like seismicity and tectonics did move up and kind of took a drop again near the end of the time here. So that's what we've got going on. Let's take a look at the one from Askia next. And Askia, whoop, I passed it, and there we go. And again, the magmatic pretty much level. It did decline a little bit. Thank you, Piggy, for the 2-minute warning. And it appears as if our seismicity is about the same thing, just slight decline. Tectonics, though, we do see it moving upward at the end here, and we also see some spikes, so likely some earthquakes right close by. And we'll take a look at the other ones here real quick, and I got less than 2 minutes to do that. Otherwise I'm gonna be looking at a snout bopping. I don't want that. Anyway, from what we seen yesterday in Grimsey, we definitely have a return to normal, and it kind of picked its elevation here as far as the magmatic movement, seismicity almost steady, and a tectonic movement as well. So whatever it was yesterday that created that big dip, well, it seems to have gone. So we'll leave that be. We didn't see any major spikes in there. And looking at the magmatic for Grindavik as well, pretty steady with a slight decline and a rebound at the end. And our seismicity doing its thing with a slight decrease. And then of course we start out pretty flat as far as our tectonic activity, and see that daytime activity again, and that has been present every day. So I'm thinking, of course, machinery going off somewhere around close to the sensor. Let's and of course Grindavik is to the southwest of Fragano. Let's take a look at the one to the northeast, and that is Krisavik, and we'll go from there. So Krisavik pretty much the same. We see a slight decline and then an increase in back to pretty much normal level there for our magmatic stuff. A little bit more of a up and down roller coaster for the seismicity, and definitely an increase in tectonic activity for that area. We'll find out what's going on in the earthquakes when we come back from the break, though. So it is break time, you guys. And I'll throw you back to that canned lava for right now, and we will carry on from there. I appreciate everyone throwing all those wonderful super chats in. That's always awesome. And we'll get the canned lava back on the screen. There we go. I need to turn that archive footage thing on. There, got it. All right, so don't go away. If you haven't yet, bop that like button. Give that like button a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel and you're sitting on the outside peeking in, please do consider doing that. And Old Mummy of Hamsters says, Happy Canada Day. And thank you, Old Mummy of Hamsters, and Happy Canada Day to all of you. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, and keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. Here's some music. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on back. Glad to have you on board. And I see Gura said welcome back, as well as Scott and Yvonne. And Tanto is here. Welcome. And Susie, thank you. Wonky Donkey and Grandma B and Hermione and Fluffy. And welcome back, Dad, from Piggy. Ta-da, it's DrFox2000, yay. And Sharon Stewart, of course. I hear you, DrFox2000. As well as Sasha and John. So, oops, I meant Doc. Yeah, sure, Piggy. Sure, Cynthia says, we missed you, DrFox2000. Awesome. Anyway, let's get back at it. So we will park our wonderful canned lava here. I'm just trying to get things set here, trying to find out where my canned lava is. There it is. I found it. Okay, got too many things loaded up. Confuses me, you know. I'm a simple guy. Let's go over to our wonderful earthquakes and see what we've got going on there in Iceland. Over the last 24 hours, we've had 254 quakes. Of course, we're not going to go through every one of them. That would be silly. But let's take a look at what's going on. First off, we'll work our way down from the top. It's going to be a little easier. We'll get this bigger one. 2.47, 10 kilometers down from 1615. Then we've got 1.8, 11.4 kilometers down, 1633. From 1606, a 1.6, a 1.1 kilometer down. And 0.8, 10 kilometers down from 6:59 a.m. A 1.57, a 9.8 kilometers down from 1349. And now we need to zoom in a little bit and split these up. And there's a bunch kind of stacked together. Let's try these. 0.31, 4.9 kilometers down from 9:48. And then we've got 1.93, 10 kilometers down, 4:31 a.m. We've got a 1.0, 13.6 kilometers down from 22:39. Let's zoom in a little bit more. There's a few kind of on top of each other. A 0.18, 5.9 kilometers down, 5:19 a.m. The other one is a 0.13, 4.4 kilometers down from 7:03 a.m. Let's go over here and catch this other ones. There's two or three. There's three. 1.22, 7.4 kilometers down from 7:18. Then we've got a 0.5, 9.7 kilometers down from 11:30. Next one is from 6:56 a.m. a 0.55, 9.1 kilometers down for that guy. That covers the stuff that's in the water. Let's keep going here. And this one at Katla, and that is a 1.37, 2.2 kilometers down from 9:56. And sliding down a little bit more, we have some activity around Askja, 0.5, 3.2 kilometers down at 7:45 a.m. We've got a 0.7, 6.8 kilometers down from 2:59 a.m. A 0.2, 5.2 clicks down from 8:35. A 0.44, just right on the edge there, 2 kilometers down from 7:20. And a 0.09, 4.8 kilometers down beneath the lake. And that came in at 9:33. So that's for Askja. Nothing really crazy there. We had a 2.54 there at Bardabunga, 6.1 kilometers down, 6:22 a.m. for him. Let's grab this 0.3 over here, 5.3 clicks down, and that is from 9:25 a.m. Next one is 0.86 from 3.9 kilometers down. There we go. It's 2:47 a.m. is when that happened. And here we get over into the Katla area. Doesn't appear to be too much or nothing happening at Eyjafjallajökull, but Katla seems to be the place to be. 1957, we had a 1.8 to 3.8 kilometers down for him. This one is from 1902, a 1.7, 1.1 kilometers down. And then we have a 0.57 surface quake, 135 meters down, 8:37 this morning. This one is from 14 minutes after midnight, a 0.73, 42 meters down, very close to the surface. 1.09, 135 meters down, and likely ice movement as well. 5:15 a.m. for him. Then we've got a 1.54, 135 meters down. 11:36 is the time on that guy. Let's split these up a little bit more. A 1.44, 135 meters down. 21:36. A 0.73, same depth. 13:48, and a 0.47 from 7:24, also 135 meters down, likely in the ice. And we see a 0.2, that's a little bit deeper, 1.1 kilometer down, and that's from a 40 minutes after 1900 or 7:40 p.m. Iceland time. So that's what we're seeing at Katla today. Only a couple of them were deeper. Most of them were ice, surface ice related. So I'm still thinking that, what we're seeing is just ice movement, because it is summertime, it is a warmer weather. We do have a certain amount of that stuff is going to melt, but we cannot really say 100% for sure whether there is no volcanic activity down below. And I just turned on the fault line here so you can see that's the North American side, this of course being the Eurasian side on the other side, and that is kind of at a corner here, so the energy released from a tectonic movement could very easily trigger some of those quakes down there. Not sure exactly how everything would work there, but that's kind of what we got. Anyway, moving over towards Hekla a little bit, we do see some small ones, and small in general. 0.22, 7.6 clicks down from 313. That one is 0.91, 7.4 clicks down, 50 minutes after midnight. 1.47, 7.7 kilometers down, 15:15 is the time on that. And then we have two stacked up here, and we got a 0.83, 7.4 kilometers down from 1240. And the other one is a 0.61, 7.3 kilometers down from 1325. Is that indicating anything other than movement? Really not telling us that much. Getting over here to the Reykjanes Peninsula, and of course you can see where the swarm is. And we know that, the rest of the world has talked about magma intrusions underneath the Reykjanes Peninsula. We're really not sure where it's sitting, where that intrusion is, but we're going to take a look at some sampling here and just try to figure out if we can tell what, if anything, is coming up. Let's start out with these ones here on the end of the peninsula. Before we do that, though, there's the city of Reykjavik, and of course this swarm is not very far away. If there was a volcano going to pop here, that would create some problems. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that. But that's the capital city, Reykjavik. You can see the little airplane sign, and the Perlin Center is right there that we've seen the video from. There's the airport, and there's the downtown core, and so on. And moving down here, there you can see Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik, and down here, of course, we can see the town of Grindavik, and the Blue Lagoon, and the power plant right there. And that gives you a pretty good idea that we do have some activity there. Getting back out here to the peninsula, that crossroad and the turn there, that's what we were seeing on the camera. There is your lighthouse location right there, and that's about where the camera is. I don't know if that's actually what that star is indicating, but that's roughly where it is. Anyway, let's take a look at these two out here in the water first. 1.07, 6.3 kilometers down from 947. The other one is 4.5 kilometers down. It's a magnitude 1.18 at 54 minutes after midnight. And that doesn't really scare us or tell us anything. Let's take a look at these ones here. 0.24, very small, 5.6 clicks down from 1041. Getting slightly closer to the Blue Lagoon. From 2:39 a.m. we had a 1.49, 3.8 kilometers down, a 0.07, 2.4 kilometers down from 3:29 a.m., a 0.45, 1.6 kilometers down from 14:43, and a little bit more of a pile up there, a 0.64, 2.3 kilometers down from 1442. This one is a 0.27, 2.6 clicks down from 301 this morning, 0.14, 2.5 kilometers down, and 2:55 a.m. And the last one in that group, a 0.36, 3.3 kilometers down from 1441. Then we also had this one on the other side of the highway, a 0.12, 135 meters down. That's a little close to the surface, but hey, it could have been something shaken loose. And 2:44 a.m. for him. And getting a little closer to Grindavik, we do have this one. It's a 0.15, 5.3 kilometers down from 1435. I don't think that's a threat of any type, and we've seen quakes underneath the residential area before. This one from 10:14 a.m., 0.29, and that's not very big, and 2.8 kilometers down for that. Does that mean there's an eruption coming? I don't think so. But they are fairly shallow quakes, and does make things a question, right? In the well-known magma chambers, we have magma chambers, Yvonne. Wow. We got this one over here from 10 minutes after 12 noon, a 0.31. It's those lava workers. They're stuck down there. This one was 3.1 kilometers down. And looking at our Fraggerfjall area, I know, I'm just being a smart guy. The outline here, of course, and that is Fraggerfjall, and that does extend into the water as well, just so you know that. It's not just the land-based stuff. There, of course, is where Ragnar is located, right underneath or above that Geldingadarlas thing, and then, of course, Siggy Fisher right there. And we do see a 0.4, and that's 6.1 kilometers down from 1417. And that is the only one within the region. So, you know, being 6.1 kilometers down, I don't think that's a magma intrusion coming up to the surface. Darn it, I was hoping. Anyway, 0.59 for this one, getting over towards Kilauea, a little closer there. 5.1 clicks down from 1315, and even closer to not Kilauea, Kristavik, my bad. Kristavik. 0.26, 6.5 kilometers down from 456 is the time on that. We have a 0 here in the lake, 5.2 kilometers down, 1601 is the time on that. Then we move a whole distance further to the northeast. We see from 4:03 a.m. a 0.33, 6.3 kilometers down. And I just want to go skirt around the outside here, get these extra stragglers, a 0.4, 5.2 clicks down, 1353. We've got a 0.1, 5.2 clicks down from 1115. And the other one is a 0.2, 5 kilometers down from 1231. This one fairly close to Reykjavik. We got a 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down, 959. And a 0.4, 4 kilometers down from 1907. I doubt that anybody would have felt those. Let's zoom into the mess a little bit more. We're going to grab a few of the bigger ones here. We got a 2.1, 3 kilometers down from 7:19 a.m. Well, maybe we'll grab the little ones too. 1.1 kilometer down for this 0.2 from 8:19. Interesting. And this one is a 0.1, 5.8 kilometers down from a 1950. And let's get in right into the super things here and see what we've got. Linda Schoof saying, wow, $20 super chat. Maybe a bit bribery coax some lava up. Oh, lava for the lava workers? Bribery? Linda, that is awesome. And we'll see what we can do. We'll send them an email right away during the break. Micro buffering, anyone? No thanks, Colin. We don't want any micro buffering. And thank you very kindly for that wonderful support there, Linda. I appreciate that $20 super chat. That is awesome. Anyway, this is a 1.8, 5.3 kilometers down, 1902 for that one. I'm trying to see if we've got ones here showing different depths to show if there is magma rising or not. This one is from 1133, a 1.13, 5.9 clicks up. What about over here? 5.4 kilometers down from 0.8 from 1903, my bad. This one is a 0.5, 6 kilometers down from 1904. This one from 14.5, 5.2 kilometers down. So far not seeing anything rising up here. 4.8 kilometers down for this 0.51, 8:06 a.m. for him. Maybe we'll try down here. Is there anything moving up? 5.2 kilometers down, a 0.2 from 1629. What about in the mess here? 1.01, 5.8 kilometers down, 1313. Then we've got this one here, 0.73, 5.6 kilometers down from 1024. Okay, so they're all seems to be around 5 to 6 kilometers down. 1414, and we had a 0.5, 5.2 clicks down. How about a 0.8, 5.8 clicks down from 1819. And it really makes you wonder. We're seeing this is even deeper. 8.3 clicks down for this 0.8 from 1536. Thank you for the warning, Peggy. Got that. And 0.4, 2.7 kilometers down from 931. This 0.5 down here, 4.1 kilometers down from 1948. And this 0 happened at 8:14 a.m., 5.2 clicks down. So they all seem to be about that same depth in that 5 kilometer range. And I'm wondering if we're going to see something rise. I'd have more of a concern if we've seen it up at 2 to 3 kilometers down, but we'll definitely keep an eye on it because that is very interesting. Here's the latest one. That's a 0.1, 6.4 kilometers down from 2055. So it kind of makes you go, what do we got going on here? So do we have a magma intrusion underneath there? Is very likely, but I don't think it's moving up yet. And it's not right at the corner, and this is kind of the corner up here, so that definitely is an isolated area by itself. Now I want to reiterate on something here. Wasn't this the area that they seemed, or that was over here actually on this side. This is where we had that at Reykjanesfjall, that area before. It was hot, so I don't know what we've got going on further over here. I don't know if that has any connection with this area other than the fact that it's there. We do have a magma intrusion. Yes, awesome, and that's good news. So the question is it going to spurt out? That is the true question. Are we going to see an eruption? And that is yet to be determined. Mother Nature is in charge of that one. Unfortunately, not a heck of a lot I can do to predict that. And yeah, Yvonne, the volcanologist, going, I don't know either. It is the way it is, and it is just one of those unpredictable things. And you know, we all would love to see another eruption here in Fragranalfjall. and it doesn't have to be right beside our wonderful Ragnar. Although I'd like that, that would be really awesome. Or even down here in Maridalia Valley, either or would be suitable. This wouldn't be a bad place, but I don't think, if we had an eruption here, I think that would be a little bit more detrimental to the city. I don't know what would happen. It's a kind of an interesting concept or idea. I'm sure they have some type of contingency plan in place in case there was an eruption there. We are still not counting out Katla, though. I don't think that's fair to count it out, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, on those notes, we're going to leave it as that. So it's an optimistic standpoint from me as far as, seeing what we've got in the area. And with that swarm, we'll see if that swarm moves by tomorrow, if we're seeing it migrate, or if it continues to stay there. And we'll go from there. Anyway, it is time for another break, ladies and gentlemen, and of course I'm putting it back on the canned lava. After the break, we'll come back with wonderful bacon seeds and I guess at the wonderful secret of volcano. Let's see, do we have that one? Yeah, that's this one. I know it's going to be a tough one. I selected a specific one today, and I double-checked the images, and I've seen it in 3 sites. They all claim that same image to be of the one that I thought it was. So we'll leave it as that. Don't go away. More fun to come. Yvonne Kunkel says, I'm going to bed now. Thanks for another great stream, Dr. Fox, mods, lavaliers, and lava family. Have a great day/night, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the show. See you around. Yvonne, you take care of yourself. Get some good rest. And, of course, keep us apprised of what happens if you hear of anything popping. If we don't hear first, I'll let you know if you don't let me know. All right. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. And I'm going to go for a break. And don't go away. More to come after the break. Bacon seeds specifically. And then we'll go from there. Thanks, everyone. And I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I see Sophie got here. Welcome, Sophie, and Irish Monk. A vow of silence. That, for me, that wouldn't make a very good show. But glad that you're here. And also Kim Rowdenbush. Piggy, not all four-letter words are naughty. I could get a very creative, huh? I'm sure you could there, Kim. And watch out. And Kim, just remember, there's subtle words of advice right here on the screen. This is a fair warning there, Kim. Okay, fair warning. All right. Don't mess with the pig. Anyway, I can't say hello to all of you personally. Bought a megaphone earlier, but without batteries. Oh, darn it, then that is no good. You need those batteries. Thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto and John and Sophie and Susie and who else? I think Nancy and let's see, I think that got messed up. All right, anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you here. Let's carry on. It is bacon seed time. Let me find our canned lava and park that for a minute, and we'll see what we can do. Bacon seeds, here we go. And let's see what we had. This one, I believe the first one is the last one we seen from yesterday. Oh, Kim Rowdenbush, I see those horns, the rusty horns holding up that halo. Yep. Anyway, awesome. Let's take a look. This one was the last from yesterday. Let's see what Piggy sent us today. And of course, this is the first one for today. And looks like Mama is keeping the little ones in the pig hut. And that looks pretty awesome. I like that. And the little ones are just being friendly on the inside. And let's get to our next bacon seed and see what we've got. And little one escaping. It's either that or Mama let him out and he's going for it. And that is pretty awesome. And the next bacon seed, and we'll go here. And this guy is not leaving. He's staying put. But you know what? I think he needs a hogwash. Even though he is smiling at us, he needs a hogwash. Menu. Menu? All right. Is that what his name is? I think he needs a hogwash. He's got dirt spots on his head there. Between the eyes. Yep. And here's one, and that is nice looking. He looks a little depressed. He's not smiling. How come? He's saying, oh, they're taking my picture again. Kim says, Dr. Fox, the only reason you can see them is I got a haircut. Uh-oh, you got a haircut? Just one, huh, Kim? Which one? Okay, never mind. Let's go there. I don't think he was hungry. I think he was just kind of worried about the pictures. These guys certainly don't look that hungry. And looks like they are having some digging time in their wonderful wood chips there to keep them clean and dry. Next one on our list. Otherwise, my horns would be hidden. Yeah, there you go, Ken. And here's us three amigos, and they're up to no good. One of them, oh, there's four actually, but there's more in the background. This one's got a stick. I don't know, is he maybe some kind of kung fu master? And the other ones are smirking, so something is up. Sawdust. Sawdust. Okay, the seed gang. Yep, something playing with sticks. Let's go take a look at the next one. Three more amigos, and looks like the one snout bopped one and tip the other one over, and he's trying to tip the second one over. He's trying to make a pig pile, I think. Maybe, I have no idea. Using his snout bopping abilities. Let's carry on and take a look at the next one. Country music band. Ah, is that what it is? And there's a little cutie. He is inside and he's enjoying himself. He's, I guess, putting his trotters on his mummy's hands. That is pretty awesome. He had a stick because he was playing a poker. Oh, he's playing poker. All right, that makes a lot of sense. In the palm of my hand. Yeah. All right, these three, I don't know what they're doing in there, but they're all smiling. So obviously, whatever it is, they're happy about it. Gotta love it. There might even be an extra one in there. Looking at the back end there, you never know that unless that one on the right hand side is super long. So anyway, we've got one more bacon seed. Triple trouble. Yeah, there might be a quadruple trouble there, but you don't know. What's it say? Outside the bars. Yep, something like that. Let's get to our last bacon seed for today, and that is this one, and he is having snacks. It's always nice to have snacks, isn't it? And that is our last bacon seed for today. Oh, the sculptures, you want me to show those, Piggy? I didn't load those up. I had them loaded up on the other computer. Let me see if I can, I have to save them first. Let me see if I can load those up. That actually would be kind of interesting. Yeah, that's going to take me a little bit to save them because of the format you always send them to me in Ice. I'm going to just call it Ice 1, and we'll see if I can bring them up or save them fairly quickly here. Ice 2. I won't do any cropping, and let's see, Ice 3. It's going to take me a few seconds here to do this, and Ice, whoop, let's see, Ice 4, and yeah, there's some interesting shots. It takes time to bring those up. Ice 5. And whoop. We'll see if we can get these going here, and that should be it. Okay, I got 6 photos. We're going to bring them up, and give me a second or two. Forget them, Dr. Fox. I can't forget them. You're making me do it, Piggy. I have to now. You've forced me into it. It's evil, but I'm forced into doing that. Otherwise I'd get the heck from someone. I just need to find where they are now. And let's see, we'll go, why is this not in order? Here's the first one. That is an ice sculpture, of course, and Piggy sent those to me, and of course she's demanded that I post them, so I better. And here's the next one. This one is kind of neat too, and we'll get another one up here. Those are, yep, they are rabbits apparently, and these are rabbits. There's one more rabbit one, I think. There we go. Ice 3. That is this guy, and those are pretty cool. And the next ones look a little bit different. We'll see if we can get those. Ice number 4, that is this one, and then we've got more stuff. We'll get the next one up there. Ice number 5. Why are they not in the same order? Boy. There's ice number 5. Ice fox. Yep, it is foxes. Icy foxes. And we'll see. We got to get a number 6 up there. And I think a number 6 is my favorite out of this fox batch. And then, of course, there is one more set of photos there that she sent, and I have to show them. I'm going to show 2 of them. I will leave the other one off. Ice 7 is what I'll call it, and ice. Oh, maybe I can save them all. Ice 8 and ice 9. Ice 9. There we go. We'll get them loaded up real quick here, Piggy, just so your efforts don't go wasted. And let's see, we'll go here. And if anyone's got any complaints, you can take them up with Piggy. Oh, speaking of taking them up with Piggy, here's the other ones. And that, of course, Solksenstein was only an idea. Well, it's a nice idea, Piggy, but I didn't load them up. I showed them on the other stream, and I thought that was all right. Let's see. Ice 8. This is my. It's an ice idea. Yeah, it's an ice idea. I think this one is the one on the left-hand side there. That's my favorite out of the bunch. Piggy is frozen. Yeah. You know, the time and effort it takes to sculpt those, though, it's really truly amazing to see that people have that kind of a patience. Ice 9, here's the last one of the group, and that is pretty awesome as well. So, pretty wild to see those, and yeah, I'm sure that the artists have put in their effort and time to make those happen. I really do like them. They are awesome. Anyway, let's remove them one at a time here. I still like the one on the left the most. The one on the right there is pretty cool too, though. I like that. And we'll get rid of them. The fox, that one is my favorite. And I love the way the light is going through it, so that's pretty awesome. Not into this one so much, but it's still kind of neat to see the bubbles in there. That's pretty cool. And of course this one and the ice scene are pretty awesome as well. And the rabbits, so pretty cool to see those. And we'll leave it as that. That's our last bacon seed. Let's go over Dr. Ice Fox 2000. Brr, you're making me cold there. Making me cold. Sorry, I need to stop that lava. We want to show the secret volcano for today. And here is the secret volcano. Let's get rid of the archived footage thing, even though it is kind of archived. All right, there you go. And we are open to guesses. No, it is not Mayon. Sorry. I do not, it's not Mayon. Do not believe so. It's not Stromboli. It is spectacular, Piggy. Definitely, no doubt about it. I really do like this eruption and the way it's going. Obviously, it must have been a little bit of a time lapse to be able to get that a shot, at least slower moving. It is not Ruapehu. It is not ASO. And I know it's this one is a little bit tougher, you guys. So it's going to be a little bit on the hard side of guessing. And yeah, it is what it is. It is not Sakurajima. I swear I haven't have the what is it? Kalsali cat on clumsily okay. Clumsily a cat. All right. No, Kim, it is not barf and garf. Automatic a win. Yeah. Since its real name is unpronounceable. Actually, its name is pronounceable. So you're wrong. It is not Etna, and it is not Popocatépetl either. Sorry, guys. It's not a Cotopaxi, if that's what you're saying, Piggy. Kim, ASO has already been guessed, and no, it's not ASO. And I'm just checking. It's starting to rain really hard here. I got to see where that rain is coming from. Well, it won't rain in my windows. All right, and we're good. Any flags? As soon as we get 5 flags on the in the stream, white flags, and then I will reveal what it is. Only 1 flag per person, though. So it was. No, that's not Stromboli. No, sorry. Oh, you want some tips? Well, let's see. It is within the ring of fire. It is within the ring of fire. It's not Mount Yasur. No, sorry, Sasha. And happy Canada Day, CND boy. La Garriette. Or what is a Garita? No, it's not a La Garita. Happy Canada Day, a bomb. It's not a Krakatoa or Krakatoa. Sorry, and it's not Marapi. Nope. Nope. None of the above so far. And well, I still don't see any. Dr. Quackery is back. Boy. Our poor quackers gets picked on. What do you think about that, quackers? You like getting picked on? No? Okay, fine. Luotolak? No, it's not that one either. And let's see. Sebenkaya? No, it is not Sebenkaya. And Tanto is covering her ears. She doesn't like the duck sound. And we have to live with that duck sound. He came back and he flew in and said the thunderstorm and rain is starting, so he had to come back. I have no idea why he's here. It's not Hekla, it's not a Bagana either, and it's all good. Henry's thrown in the first flag of the day. 4 more flags and we will call it. I know this is a tough volcano to guess, but it is our wonderful secret volcano. And no, there is no fox trickery or shenanigans going on. So it is a shot that is from what it is. No, sorry, Tanto, it's not Erebus either. And that's what we got. Looking at a time, no, Kim says it's a Kadovar, and no, it is not. Sorry, Kim. And Maria, no, it's not Maria. I don't think it'll work. No, Sabankaya has already been mentioned. It's not Sakura Jima either. Sorry there. I'm off to get my puppy groomed. Nancy, you take it easy, and hopefully your puppy will enjoy that. It is not tall. Tall. It's not tall. It's not a short either. It's not Mayon. And what? Don't canoa. Don't don't canoa. There we go. No, Bob, it's not that one. Not Mauna Loa, sorry, not Erebus. Hey, Piggy, congratulations, Piggy. No, hang on, is it Ibu? No, it's not, I'm sorry, I was kidding. It's not Ibu. Sorry. That is pretty good. I figured I had to do that. No, it's not Ibu. Sorry, Piggy. Almost. And that might be a hint. That might be a hint. That little comment that I just made. So I know that is cruel, isn't it, John? Fuji? No, not Mount Fuji either. But I just gave you guys a big hint. You might want to consider that. It's not Kavachi. And let's see. We're running out of time here. It's just about break time. We will forfeit as soon as it hits that bottom half of the hour here, whether we have any more flags on there or not. That was a carrot, okay. And Nevado del Ruz, no, sorry, it's not Karangatang either. It's not a La Palma volcano. La Palma is not a volcano. La Palma is an island, but no, I'm giving you another hint. It is not on La Palma. It is not Semeru. No, and I'm very happy with it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is a beautiful shot, though. I mean, that is very lavely. Kalbuko, no, sorry. It's not Kagoshima volcano, a wonky donkey. And Piggy puts up a second flag, and it is time. And King Colin says no idea. Sasha says Marapi. No, it is not. Okay, time's up. It is time for a break. I will now give you what it is. I'm actually going to give you a little bit of a hint first, but it's a great battle was fought there. A great battle was fought there. That is a hint. And no, it's not Cotopaxi or White Isle or Anik. So, okay, I'm giving it up. And this is Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima. And just as I said that, Kim Raudenbush came up with that. It's Iwo Jima. And that a great battle that happened. As a matter of fact, it happened right there on that very hill where that volcano is erupting. So technically nobody has gotten it, but that is Iwo Jima volcano in the Japanese islands. And there was a huge battle that happened there. And it's Indonesia's, well, no, Iwo Jima is considered a part of Japan. And Kim says Suribachi, Mount Suribachi, right? Yeah, I guess that's what they call it, but they call it Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima is just what they do. Rebout, what? Rabat? No, Susie, it's been a guess. It is Iwo Jima. And Kim should get the cookies. Well, Kim was a little slow in getting there, but, you know, I think, well, all right, fine. I'll give Kim cookies, but I'm doing it under protest, Piggy. There. And well, I give Kim a stack of cookies. Give Kim a cookie. He gets a whole stack. The island is Iwo Jima, that means a sulfur island. And yes, it actually does, Kim. So, well, maybe I give you another cookie for that. And we'll see. All right, Kim, there you get 2 stacks of cookies. Make sure the mice don't get the crumbs, okay? And you can't have any stromboli today. All right, we'll leave that there, and we'll get back to our wonderful lava. And see, Kim, he did type it as you said it. Yeah, he did type it just as I said it, so I felt obligated by the course of the actions taken. Yeah, anyway. There you go. This volcano itself is my Suribachi, Mount Suribachi. Yeah, that's true. But they call it Iwo Jima volcano, and that is what it's listed as. Anyway, on that friendly note, for those good people who are here, please do hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be really awesome. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is wet and raining, and the duck has taken shelter again. And we'll see what happens. That's my nice deed for today. Piggy, you're gonna ruin your street cred. And let's just remind everyone, okay, don't mess with the pig. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go away. More to come. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs. First off, from Tanto and King Colin, as well as John and Gura. And by the way, you guys probably noticed Sue is not here today. Thank you, Henry, as well. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Sue is attending a barbecue, so she got invited out by some neighbors for a July 1st barbecue, so she's enjoying that. It's not a foxtail, not touching that one. Okay. Yeah. I was waiting for Sue to appear. No, she's having a barbecue. She's invited to a barbecue, so that's where she is, and she's enjoying herself, and that is awesome that she is. Anyway, let's get over to our next little adventure. We want to turn off our canned lava here for a minute, or at least to pause it, and we'll get over to our next place of enjoyment. And of course, well, it's starting to get dark there. I was hoping to get a little earlier, but we are not able to see much of Pico Island. We are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. There's one of the villages and the harbor not yet all lit up, which is pretty cool. We can see it during the day. And the other shot here, of course, is that of the cove. Because it is raining there, we have very, very poor visibility, unfortunately, so not that much sunlight coming through with all that heavy, thick cloud. Anyway, looking at the earthquakes in the Azores, let's see what this one brings up. And yep, it shows one from yesterday. You may hear thunder in the background, and that is actually thunder. So that's what you're hearing. This one is a 1.5 that happened yesterday at 8:55 a.m. We missed that one for some reason, but or no, we did get it on the other map. Never mind, we didn't miss it, so that's okay. Let's go over to the large map. I'm actually going to refresh that because we did have a whole bunch of earthquakes in the area, and I'll just go through this on the list here so you can see. July 1st we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. So a lot of stuff going on there in the Azores. This one 12 hours ago from magnitude 3, 10 kilometers down for that. That is to the southeast of San Miguel Island. And we haven't had anything recent there on our wonderful São Jorge. This is Pico Island, of course, and Fayal Island. And the majority of that stack is in this area. And I'm wondering if there's some more somewhere else, because that doesn't look like enough from what we see. We don't see anything else there. So, yeah, quite a few quakes in this area. And anything is possible with it. I'm not going to go through each and every one, but we did have some sizable ones. 3.1, 8.6 clicks down from 2:35 this morning. Then we see this one here, 2.9. That came in from 5 kilometers down at 6:41 a.m. This kind of a straggler here, 17 hours ago, 2.15 kilometers down, 4:58 a.m. for him. And then this one is like 47 minutes ago. What is it? 6.3 kilometers down from 2041. And some other ones here, 2.5, 4.9 clicks down, 9:29 a.m., that kind of thing. If we zoom in a little bit more, we might be able to see a couple more there. 6 hours ago, 2.1, 4.6 clicks down. So if there is something happening in the area, it definitely is going to happen to the west of what we see here at Fayal Island. and kind of makes the guy wonder, are we seeing a magma intrusion there maybe as well? We don't quite know. Anyway, I'm zooming out a little bit so we can see better where we are. In the middle of the Atlantic Ocean there for that swarm, along the mid-Atlantic ridge. And of course over here you've got the Canary Islands, and there's Portugal and Spain and France and England, Wales, Scotland up in the top, Ireland, and of course Newfoundland and Nova Scotia over here where Sue is hiding and having her barbecue. Anyway, that is what we've got there, and we'll leave that be. Let's head over to our next ones, and I don't believe Mexico is working yet. I'm going to try to refresh that real quick and see if they have any shots of the volcano. This one is, I don't believe that one is working either. Let's see if we have some other close-up ones listed, and it doesn't appear so. Well, we can try it. We'll see if it comes up. They certainly have commercials going, but let's see what happens if we skip that. Nope, still not working. So let's leave our Mexican friends alone today. Popocatépetl not reporting. Let's go to the next one, and of course this is standard volcano gray over at Fuego. And if we back up a few hours here, we can see Fuego. This is about 6 hours and 43 minutes ago. You do see a fairly heavy plume coming out of it. Some nice light fluffy clouds there that came in shortly thereafter. Here's another bigger shot. This one was just predecessor. 8:53 this morning. You can see very dark ash latent ejecta coming out. And of course, that is a good indicator that this thing is cooking, and will continue to do so for a while, I think. If we go back a little bit more, we can see more plumes coming up. And why did that not go? Okay, that is being very slow. As we can see it coming up, it's interesting. And even a little earlier, 7:39 a.m., we've seen that plume. So this thing is definitely puffing away, and we will likely see more eruptive activity from it in the future. Let's see if we can get in a little bit into the early times of the day, 5:19 a.m. That is likely some moonlight still lighting it up, but there's kind of what the plume in the background looked like. And prior to that, I think we were in the, unfortunately, in the clouds. I don't see so much. There's some glow in the background from a city, but we're not seeing a heck of a lot there. If we go somewhere around here, there should be a spot where we can actually see a little bit of a glow. Yeah, very little right at the top of the volcano. Anyway, we'll leave that one be. I'm going to put it back to live. It is consumed by clouds right now. That is Fuego in Guatemala. And yes, you heard that thunder in the background. Let's go to the next one here. Volcano is called Messiah. And Messiah is in Nicaragua. We can see a little bit of that lava down on the bottom there. I barely see it, but it is there, the little arc. And we can see into the caldera fairly well. Don't fall in. That is not a good place to be. Let's refresh that one. That one was from 9:41. This one, of course, from 15:50. And you can definitely see the lava now in that shot. It gives you a better idea of what it looks like. So, again, that is Messiah in Nicaragua. Next one is covered in clouds. You can't even make out the caldera. And that is Rincon de la Vieja, and that is kind of, again, hiding. I hate when it does that. Why do we have to have clouds? Anyway, is there a thunderstorm at your place, Sharon Stewart? Uh-oh. No, it's at my place, Juliet, and welcome. And we do have a thunderstorm here. Looking at our next ones. Hey, what happened to that picture? that kind of got cut off. All right, let's look at these. These are Chilean volcanoes. And yeah, you're hearing that rumbling. It's out there. It sounds like somebody's bowling up in the clouds. Anyway, first one on the list is Alaska, and Alaska, we don't see much happening on it right now. This, of course, from this morning, so a few hours back, but we do see the occasional little bit of a wisp of gases coming out of there, and nothing really major, so it's certainly being relatively quiet. That is Alaska in Chile. Next view here. This is Laguna del Mole, and of course you can see still quite a bit of snow up there, and the lake down here not frozen, and definitely doing its thing. So that is what we've got happening there. And of course the third one is Villarrica, and I purposely left this on the screen because we could see the volcano, we can see the lenticular cloud that is sitting on top of it, and that is actually kind of a cool shot. Lots of snow and ice up there. We can't make out what it's actually doing. I don't know, that one was pretty loud, and Quackers is acting up. I think Quackers got woken up by that one. All right. Anyway, that is what we're seeing there right now. I'm going to actually refresh this to take a look and see what it looks like now. And looks about the same as far as we've seen earlier from Lascar and Laguna del Mole. And unfortunately, the clouds got too thick there at Villarrica, so we're unable to see that. We'll leave that be, and that is our stuff going on there. Pretty awesome, and we'll just carry on with our next volcano. Love to watch lightning. Yeah, lightning is nice to watch, but don't get hit by it. Dr. Fox, he angry, his tummy rumbling. Aha! That is a possibility. Anyway, let's get over to the next scene, and of course that is going to be a Merapi, and we'll see if a Merapi will make us happy. And why do we have that on there? We want Merapi on there first. All right, so Merapi, it is 4:56 a.m. there. And when we back up a little bit, they had the camera view kind of pointed at the side of it again, so we don't get to see the full glorious downflows of any lava. Of course, moonlight lighting it up. This is 1:46 a.m. and you do see a little bit of lava coming out and going down the hill. The specific time that I want to look at, though, is at 22:37, which was a slightly different angle, and it looked a lot neater. But let's just watch this for a second, see how speedy that lava actually is. It doesn't look like it's moving too quickly, but has enough volume to light up the area and kind of create a mini phoenix cloud there of debris. So you can see it is picking up some speed going down the hill. Anyway, not going to bore you to death with that one. Let's see if we can back it up a bunch and get to some good stuff here. How about right around here? That will be pretty awesome. Anyway, you can see the start of it on the color cam, and you can see the large amount of lava heading down the hill on the other one. And they did change the camera view here, so give them a second or two, and we will switch this to this view so you can actually see it, and that is pretty awesome. Lots of bacon coming down the hill. And this is a larger eruption, typically larger than the typical ones that we normally see from it. So love seeing that bacon coming down the hill. That is pretty awesome. And of course it developed its own little phoenix cloud, as you can see above the ejecta. So pretty cool. And yeah, that really did spread out in the bottom here. And I'm wondering if that one did reach that 2 kilometer mark, because that would have been a lot of lava coming out, and I'm sure it would have progressed quite far down the hill. And that isn't the only one that did that. The prior to eruptions also did spill out quite a bit. This one is at 2256. The one that I spoke of earlier was actually at 2237. This was a double whammy though. We do see that second batch of magma or lava coming down the hill. So pretty nice looking, and I like it. Let's go take a look at the other one. And that should be just a little ways back here, and trying to get to it. And that should be right around here. And there it goes, 22, yeah, 26. I wrote down 27, but close enough. That is pretty awesome. And definitely no shortage of bacon there. Stood under a Dutch barn with a tin roof, watching a storm with my sons. Some would say stupid, but it was miles away from me. Awesome. Anyway, looking at what we're seeing there, quite a bit of that material going down the hill once again, and awesome to see lots and lots of lava. That's what we love. We love the lava. And anyway, prior to that, we did have a bunch of cloud and stuff like that. So we're going to leave it there as that. When we come back from, I'm going to go take a break. When we come back from the break, we will take a look at what we have happening over at Mount Ruapehu and in New Zealand. And then we'll carry on with the other ones. Henry says torrential rain on the metal roof sounds great. Yep, and that is pretty awesome. I love the Phoenix cloud it developed, and that looks pretty cool too. Let's leave it as that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go take a break now. We'll put you back on the canned lava, and when we come back, we will have a look at our wonderful Mount Ruapehu, if we can see it. I don't think visibility is good there, but we'll try that. And it being Saturday, we should see a flea market, maybe. We'll see if they have any fleas for sale. Oh, I'm spying. They have fleas for sale. Okay, gonna go take that break, you guys. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Be good. Hit the like button if you're enjoying the show and if you haven't bopped it yet. Also, if you're new and you're sitting on the outside peeking in, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. That way it'll help us out and be really awesome. And on that note, I'll be back. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't go away. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and John and Tanto. And I don't know who else yet. We'll see who we've got left. And Irish Monk, of course, is still in there. Way to go, Irish Monk. And let's see, and well, I get over to our next thing. I want to park our canned lava, and we will get over and take a look and see if we can see, what is it, Mount Ruapehu. I don't think we can see it. We definitely can't see it. How about that? No, that doesn't work either. Too many clouds in the way today, unfortunately, and they are getting those weather systems going through that I had mentioned yesterday. It looks like it was going to continue Mount Cloudy. Yes, there is actually a mountain called Mount Cloudy, Henry. I've looked it up before. I can't remember where it is, though. But Mount Cloudy, what a name. Anyway, let's leave that one be. We're going to go take a look at the charts for Taupo. And I'm going to refresh that real quick just to be up to date. And there is our chart. And we do see a little bit of activity in here. So it wasn't all just quiet. We do see a little bit of a spike and some smaller ones. So something is happening in the area. I don't know if it's right underneath Taupo or if it's something in the close vicinity thereof, but that is what we're seeing there. If we look at the chart a little further to the north, it doesn't look quite as rough. So whatever it is, it may be something a little bit more local or south of Taupo, but at least or mile south, east, or west, we'll see. But that's what we've got going on there anyway, so it gives you a little bit of an idea. Nothing really major, and we'll go over and see what we've got on the camera to be able to see that today. And of course, there is the flea market, and they are selling fleas. Get your fleas, everyone, get your fleas. You can get them over at the flea market. Of course, the lake is the entire caldera for Taupo. So that is a pretty large caldera. We are not able to see Mount Ruapehu off in the distance. It should be back there somewhere. Unfortunately, the clouds are too much. And that is what we've got. Lots of fleas. Yep, you can get your fleas at all these flea shops here. And even these guys, they're selling fleas, or what they're calling tailgating of fleas, I guess. Something like that. Looks pretty awesome. Of course, this shot courtesy of a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And that is all good, and you too could be there enjoying a lovely day like that. It seems every Saturday they have their flea market, so definitely worthy of having a look and seeing what's going on there. Actually, I think it is Sunday the 2nd there, so it's a Sunday flea market. Looking at the time and date up top here, that is 11:14 a.m. there on the 2nd, so they are in the future. And that is a Sunday flea market. And that's all we've got. So looks pretty awesome. Let's leave that place, and we'll make that a little bit different there and put it back on Merapi so I can find that later. And hide that. And we will go over to our next volcano. And it happens to be raining there. And that one, of course, is Semeru. And Semeru, barely visible through the crack of the clouds here. I know, that didn't sound very good. Anyway, that's what we got there. You can see the rain on the other cams, I should say. So definitely raining pretty nasty like there. That's as good as the quality of the picture will get right now. I don't believe we had any visibility whatsoever of the volcano I'm going back, scanning through. They had rain pretty much the entire 12 hours back, so, or at least heavy cloud, not able to make out anything. So we'll leave that one be, and we'll make that smaller. The next volcano that we've got up for bids here is, well, is no longer showing. Let's see what we got on this one. There we go. That is live. That is Mayon, and that is unfortunately hiding in the clouds up top as well. And as we can see, they were zoomed in a little bit, and you can just see a real nice clean cloud layer. If we go back a little bit further in time, we get into the night, of course, that cloud layer kind of obscuring our view. And we do see the lava glow up at the top. I was trying to see if we can see a little bit more lava flowing. There you can see the two distinctive paths that we've got for that lava flow. One just about straight down there, and then the other one off to the side. But that is what we got. Not much we can do about the lack of poor visibility there, unfortunately. And this is backing it up a bunch of hours as well. And as I previously mentioned, cameras always have a hard time, especially if you've got clouds in the way. They try to focus on the cloudy stuff. Doesn't work so well. Anyway, that is what's happening at Mayon, and not a heck of a lot we can do about it. And it continues to erupt, though. That is nice to see. And so far, from what I understand, it has not caused any bad things for people to have to evacuate or anything like that. So it's cooking away at its own little pace, and we are okay with that. Gonna make that one smaller. Let's take a quick peek over and see if Taal is maybe on live. Nope, we've got nothing from Taal on meditation, and Madame Rusa I do not believe is alive either, and no, she is not. So we're not going to see anything from Taal that is live. Let's go over to this one though. This is the report from Taal from yesterday. Luzon Island, Philippines, two phreatic bursts yesterday, and that, of course, talking about the first, you can see that photo. You can see some pretty nasty burst coming out of Taal, and that is interesting, very, very interesting. And the angle they've got it at, of course, it shows it coming out of a higher vent, but we know it's actually coming from the lake. It's not coming out of the top of that caldera. So that is, unless something has changed there, because we haven't seen it, right? And that is unrelated. We'll leave that alone. Let's see, the observatory, Volks, recorded two phreatic bursts from the main crater lake within the Taal caldera yesterday. Explosive activity was accompanied by emissions of steam-laden plumes, which reached approximately 2,100 meters. That would be about 6,500 feet, roughly, above the fumarolic vents drifting southwest and northeast. Vents were steam-driven only, caused by overheated water flashing to steam, I should say. Sulfur dioxide levels reached 7,480 tons per day yesterday, so quite high in sulfur emissions. The seismic station measured 13 earthquakes, 5 2-minute-long volcanic tremor events over the past 24 hours. The latest maximum crater lake temperature reached 71.1 degrees C on April 17th. So some interesting tidbits of information there. Looks pretty awesome. And that is what we were seeing, or got the report on anyway, for Taal volcano. So pretty awesome. Okay, let's leave that be. I'm going to put it back onto a Simmeru. I wanted to see if we can take a look at our other volcanoes here. Error occurred for Sicily. Let's see what we got happening in. I want to see if Stromboli will come to life or no. Okay, well, Stromboli is slightly a different character today because we have some moonlight, and this is what it looks like there. No, that is not the sun. That is the moon at Stromboli. And if you look in here, you can see some of the I should say just some of the exhaust plume coming out of the volcano, and the moon sitting there making everything way too bright. I barely see anything here in the thermal image, but I'm definitely seeing some neat reflection, and it actually looks pretty red in there, and giving you a pretty good incentive to know that there is a lot of SO2 within the output of that. That is not lava, okay? And that is the moonlight lighting up the SO2 and other gases, making it look like it is glowing, just so you're aware of that. Let's leave that one be. Next one we want to kind of take a peek at, and we'll go over there real quick. That is, of course, a Yellowstone, a national park. And why is that not moving? I seen them running around earlier. Why is it not moving now? Yellowstone is broken again. All right, well, it was nice while it lasted. Yes, at least you get a shot of today of Yellowstone, even though it's not a moving picture. Darn it, I was hoping. Anyway, we'll leave that one be. Let's go over to Sicily again. And we actually want to take a look and see what Etna is doing. And again, Mount Etna, lots of clouds, so I don't know if we can really make anything out. There's what we were seeing at 1853, or just about 7 p.m. Their time, and the day just really kind of stayed that way with all that cloud. I couldn't see the volcano anywhere along the way when I checked earlier. I was hoping it would pop out during the sunset, but those clouds continued to be in there. So right from around noon onward, everything was just horrible as far as visibility. And that is what we got there. So, yep, not good for us anyway. Let's leave that be. And we'll make that one smaller, and I think what we'll do is we will go, hang on, we're missing something. Shivelish, did we go take a look at Shivelish? I'm missing some stuff we were supposed to have reports on. Why did I not find that? Oh, because we haven't gone to Japan yet, that's why. There is we've got one report out of Japan that we have to do. We did the Kilauea one, we did the Taal one, but we have one from the Japanese islands that we got to get in there. And let's get over to those. Where is my Japan? Well, right now we're on Shivelish. Let's do that real quick. I've got to find that. And we do have better visibility today than we did yesterday. You are able to see it off-gassing and pluming there. You can definitely see the edges of the old caldera area before it got blasted. You do see the rise or a bulge there from that new egg-shaped rise that we're seeing within the old caldera as it rebuilds itself, but quite a bit of smoke and exhaust gas coming out of that volcano. So that is actually pretty good that we can see it. Let's make that one smaller. Looking at the other shot here, this is a little bit further back from it. Again, you can see the plume heading out to the left-hand side. You also see that small plume down here, and that is a separate event from the same system. And that is what we're seeing there. So that is not bad. And then, of course, the distance shot, I guess they felt that this one was more needed. That was kind of a nice shot with the sunset behind it there. I thought that looked pretty cool when I seen that this morning. All right, let's leave that be. That is it for there. Looking at the other Alaskan ones, unfortunately not able to see anything of Pavlov today. And this is the Great Sitkins. I was hoping that one would show up. And no, not much. It's back here behind everything in the clouds. So unable to see that, unfortunately. Welcome, Philomena, and happy Canada Day to you as well. That is awesome, thank you. And let's go over to Japan and see what, and that's not Japan, that's the SO2 map. Let's go to Japan. There's Japan. Japan's not looking good weather-wise either today, and we do see the ice cream boat is just taking off. Oh no, we missed the ice cream boat. Oh boy. That is not good. I guess we'll have to wait for the next one and see. Bye to the ice cream boat. Okay, looking at this one, of course, we should be able to see Suwu no Sejima, but they have that bad weather sitting on top of Japan. Unfortunately, we're not able to see it. This, of course, is the close-up shot. And even if we go back a little ways, we had clouds that were way too low, and we are really not able to see the top of the volcano. And it doesn't matter where we look at it from time-wise, it doesn't really help us any. So we'll leave that. I'm going to put that back on live, make that one smaller, and we'll go to the next one. That's the close-up cam. No sense in making that bigger. This one is, of course, ASO, and ASO is not visible either. So we'll leave it as that and not worry about ASO. And next one is one that we can see, and that is Asama. Asama, about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo. We do see it off-gassing fairly well there. It had stepped up the pace here in the last little while, a couple of weeks, where it is producing more and more gases. And we can see some of that plume. A little bit hard to tell with this patchy cloud behind there, though. And if we go back a little bit more into the nighttime, you can kind of see the lighter plume area and some off-gassing. But it's difficult to tell with all that other stuff behind it. Here's another shot, a little bit more defined behind that gray background. Of course, they had a lot of moonlight in the background, so that may be giving it a little bit of a shadow. And nevertheless, that's what we're seeing. So Sama-san definitely producing some more SO2. And here's one of the reports that we had that we wanted to show here. This one, and again, I'm going to mispronounce this name probably very badly. And that is, what is it called? As Kushino Irabujima. Kushino Irabujima, a volcano. Ryukyu Islands in Japan. Alert level raised to 3 just one day after level 2 was triggered. And so there is something happening on that particular volcano. Of course, it says partly a translated eruption leaflet provided by the JMA guys. The L3 restricted area is, what is it? Okay, the red line. Stay out of the eruption zone. It's the red line. Yeah. So if you're within the red area, you may end up in trouble. So don't go in the red zone. You'll be okay. Anyway, that's unrelated. That is Urta Ale. That's a nice shot, though. Tom Pfeiffer gets credit for that photo. All right, so what's it say here? The JMA raised the level of the volcano to 3 at 1842 on June 27th. And this comes with just 38 hours after the level was raised to 2. Seismic activity, notably shallow volcanic earthquakes, have continued to increase since June 17th. Under level 3, access in the proximity to the volcano is restricted with a 2 kilometer exclusion zone with an increased possibility of an eruption affecting up to 2 kilometers from the crater and involving pyroclastic activity. Residents continue to live normally but are urged to not enter the restricted area and listen to the local government's restrictions. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's happening there. And we'll leave that one be. We're going to put this back on the other one here. I still don't see an ice cream boat. We will have to come and check on that one later. Just want to make sure I made those other ones all small again. I did too. And we'll make this one small once more. And we'll put you back on the can lava. And then after we come back from the break, we will do the volcano report for yesterday and today. And on that friendly note, for those good people who haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop if you feel that you're enjoying it. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned that. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away, and happy Canada Day. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. Here's some music. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto, as well as John Raper, and probably a few more as soon as you finish typing it in, which is all good. Anyway, it is a time to do the volcano report, so let's get into that, and we'll have a look and see what's been going on, and then after that we'll get into earthquakes. So for Friday's volcanic activity that happened after we kind of did our stream, we have 4 volcanoes on the list. And it's, what is that? The first one is that one with that big long name, Kushinouirabujima. Okay. And Ryukyu Islands, Japan, if I pronounced it correct. Anyway, we did see the report on that one, so we can leave that. That was from 1944 yesterday. And next one is Ubanas in Peru. Weak emissions of volcanic ash to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 2015 last night. Mayon on Luzon Island, and Luzon Island is that big island of the Philippines. But anyway, eruption, volcanic ash cloud unknown height, reported at 2015 yesterday. There we go. Let's take care of that real quick. And there we go. That is taken care of, and all good. And thank you. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from our wonderful Sharon Stewart. So that is all good. Let's carry on with the report. So we got Mayon doing its thing. Popocatépetl in Mexico, volcanic ash emissions continue to 21,000 feet, or 6,400 meters, reported at 2215. Those are our 4 for yesterday. For today, we've got 9 on the list already that had activity. Dukono on Halmahera Island in Indonesia, volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 1 a.m. Karangatang on Api Siau Island in North Indonesia continues volcanic ash emissions to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 1:30 a.m. Ubanas, again on the list, sporadic emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 3:45 a.m. Taal volcano, we did have that report for that one. That is also in Luzon Island in the Philippines, from 4:34. And then we had that separate report from Kilauea, basically telling us that what we already knew, it wasn't doing anything. That came in at 4:49 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 7:15 a.m. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 8:15 this morning. Unfortunately, we're unable to see that. And Fuego in Guatemala, occasional volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet and 4,600 meters, reported at 8:45 a.m. And Ibu on Halmahera Island in Indonesia, volcanic ash to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 11:15 a.m. at their time. Obviously, all good. Thank you, Sue, for providing that wonderful volcano report. As always, I do appreciate you sending those in. And let's continue on with our other good stuff that we've got. And I think the next place we want to go is take a look at our earthquakes around the world. We'll pause our canned lava for right now. And before we go there, it is getting a very, very yucky and inclement weather there, but the ice cream boat is now coming in. Inbound ice cream boat. So if you get your umbrella and your rain jacket on, you'll be able to go down the road there and down at the lights. Make sure you hang a left. I know it's raining. You may not want ice cream when it's raining like this hard, but I just figured I'd throw that in there. And all good. So that is it for right now with that one. Ice cream boat inbound. Awesome. And let's continue on. We'll go over to the earthquakes and we'll see what our earthquake map has to offer today. And let's start out here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Well, nothing right on the peninsula, but we have in the Coral Islands this 5.1, and that is from 3:15 a.m. 136.9 kilometers down, and 5.1 sizable. I don't see anything else up on the Kamchatka Peninsula itself. I missed that one. The hamster is so fast. Way to go, Hammy. All right. Yep, Hammy is speedy. Anyway, I mentioned earlier that there was some stuff here in the Aleutian Islands, and we do have this one. It's a 4.1. Came in yesterday at 2256, 184.3 kilometers down. The other one is this one, 86 kilometers west southwest of Nikolsky, Alaska. A 4.8, and a 7:41 was the time on that. 87.5 kilometers down for him. And moving on, we look at what's going on. We do see a quake here on the Queen Charlotte Islands, and I don't know why they're saying it's Alaska. It's right there between, right off the coast of the Queen Charlotte Islands. I have no idea why they're saying it's 175 kilometers from somewhere else. Queen Charlotte Islands from 3:49 a.m. a 4.0, and that is what we've got right there in Canadian waters and not U.S. waters, and no tsunami warning on that one, by the way, just so we are all aware of that. So that's all cool. Going down the coast a little bit more, looking at the other areas, we don't see anything really major. We do have this one here, 2.1 from today at 1629, 3 kilometers down, and that of course being out kind of in the little fissure zone out there. Of course, this is the end of the San Andreas fault right there, and then it takes off and comes in and becomes the Imperial fault on the other side of the lake. And of course, this location right there, that's where our mud volcanoes are. So pretty interesting to see that there. Anyway, let's slide down the coast a little bit more. Mexico 4.4 from 2122 yesterday at 43.9 kilometers down. Another one in Mexico, a 4.1 further south, 7:43 a.m., 93.5 kilometers down for that guy. That one is definitely on the land. This one is just, yeah, on the land too. So that happens. And that's actually, I think, near Acapulco, if I'm not mistaken, or close to it. But again, not that huge. So, you know, when you see a 4.4, yeah, you're going to feel that shaking, but at least it's not a 6.4, put it that way. Next ones, we don't see anything until we get down here into Chile, Argentina area. And that is 4.5, and they call it Argentina. That's fine. It happened at 9:21, 223 kilometers down for that 4.5. The other one beside it is a 4.1 from a 1:18 a.m., 205 kilometers down for that. Then a slightly bigger one further down, and that is a 5.3 from yesterday at 21:29. And 30.3 kilometers down for him. We don't see anything new in the South Sandwich Islands. Looking at New Zealand, nothing new there. The Kermadec Ridge, pretty clear, and I'm sure that'll all disappear in a day or two. And we see one here of 4.6 in Fiji. And you know, they always get quakes out there in Fiji. I don't know if I could get used to that. 4.6 from 1019, 606 kilometers down for him. This is interesting, and I'm surprised that we didn't see this before. This is from the 4th, no, sorry, from the 29th, 9:32 is the time, a 4.4 there in Australia. And I'm surprised they put it on the map, because that's right near Melbourne, and I'm kind of wondering why it wasn't there earlier. Why didn't see it? Because we check this map on a daily basis, so makes you wonder. Anyway, this one here, Timor-Leste, 4.8, 7:21 a.m. today, 540 kilometers down. This one is a 4.8, also in Indonesia, from 12:44, 12.2 kilometers down for that. We don't see anything else on Indonesia, but we do see this one out in the South Indian Ocean area, and that is 1:29 a.m. for that one, 10 kilometers down, and I'm not sure exactly where it is there. Kind of maybe on a fault, I have no idea. It doesn't really indicate anything on this map. Let's go to the next one here, Philippines. That is in the southern portions of the Philippines, a 4.4 from 1348, 78.7 kilometers down. And while we're going up, this one in China, a 4.4, and that is yesterday's from 2156, 10 kilometers down. And looking at the next one over here, off the coast of Japan, near Tokyo, and that one is a 4.8, and that is what came in at 8:38 a.m. That's our time, of course. 35.9 kilometers down for that. We already got this guy at 5.1 in the Kuril Islands, so let's leave that alone. And looking at what we've got here on the Arabian stuff, nothing happening there. No new quakes showing up there at our Turkey area there, where everything was affected, so it's all quiet. Older ones in the other places, and we'll leave those. They're still showing the two that happened up there as well. Not that bad or big of a deal. Let's take a look in the Canary Islands, see what we got there. Actually, hang on, I want to take a look at this. 3.8 Virgin Islands there, and they had a whole swarm underneath there, Puerto Rico style, and we see 3.9s, a whole bunch of them 3.8s in that one general vicinity. So makes you wonder what's going on there. And what about this one, 3.8, and Virgin Islands again, 3.7. So a little bit of activity there. Actually, let's go over to Hawaii first. Hawaii makes you wonder. Anyway, let's get at it. We do see two quakes over here. We know one of them was from yesterday. This one here is a 1.9 from 4:03 a.m. Take off 3 hours to get Hawaiian time. So a 1:03 a.m. in Hawaii at 5.3 kilometers in depth on Mauna Kea. And this one here is a 3.4. We know about that one from yesterday, 1823, 18.8 kilometers down. We do see one up top on Mauna Loa. Yesterday's at 1702, 4.5 kilometers below sea level. This one here is a 2.0 from 8:41 a.m. Today, or 5:41 Hawaii time, 3.2 kilometers below sea level. This one is a 1.8 near the Lahaina Estates, well, 13 kilometers southwest of Lahaina, and that was yesterday's at 22:29. 4.8 kilometers down for him. Let's grab these other ones out here in the water. 2.0. This is the Pahala region. So we'll leave all the depths out unless they are odd. 26 to 37 kilometers down typically. This 2.0 happened at 8:58 our time, 20 kilometers down for him. This one a little deeper, I think that was yesterday's as well, 16:59, I remember that, 40.7 kilometers down. This other one out here in the water, 1.8, and that is from 3:56 a.m. our time. We'll leave that be, and we'll grab these other ones here. 2.0 from today at 14:18, 35 kilometers down. This one is a 1.9 from 9 minutes after midnight. That would have actually been, what is it, a 9:09 their time last night in Hawaii, from 32.5 clicks down. The other one closest to Pahala itself is from 2:30, or it'd be 11:30 in the evening for them, 33.5 kilometers down for that 2.0. And then we've got two more over here. This is a 1.8 from 8:04 and a 32.5 kilometers down for a 1.8. The other one is a 2.0, and that came in at 13:59, or I guess what would it be? 13:59, 10:59 their time in Hawaii, and 30.7 kilometers down. So that's pretty cool. I don't see anything else out in the water, but it's interesting to see a couple of quakes over there, and nothing directly underneath Kilauea, unfortunately. And these ones are kind of oddities out a little bit further away. And we still have a caldera with a lot of lava in it, though. So where's that going to go? Is it going to solidify? Is it going to stay hot? That is a question to be asked. So all pretty cool. And on that note, it's just about break time. We will be going over to the SO2 map after the break. I'm going to refresh it now, and we'll see how yucky our weather is. It says thunderstorms and rain today. I hate that, and of course that's going to put a dampener on our fireworks tonight. Sunday afternoon we're supposed to see some rain as well, and Monday, our holiday, and we're supposed to see a bunch of rain in the afternoon also. Not happy about that report, but hey, it is what it is. Let's continue on with our wonderful stuff. And on that friendly note, I'm going to put you back over on the canned lava for right now. For all those good folks who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. Nature Additional Support Act. Nature's Additional Support Act? Nature is so mean. So mean. I tell you, Colin, it's mean. It's mean. Anyway, I'm surprised there's any human life here at all, or any life on this planet. Nature can be cruel, but then again, nature also creates the life. So, double-edged sword, perhaps? Anyway, well, let's leave it as that. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. When we come back from the break, we will do SO2. Hey, that rhymes. We will do SO2. Oh, I should become a comedian. Anyway, I'll stick to my day job. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Hit the like button and play nice in the lava. Here's some music. All right, the microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Bob, I think you got your info confused. Sharon Stewart actually set you straight there. A Canadian day a tornado struck Mountain View County near Didsbury, Alberta, Saturday afternoon, damaging a number of homes. Didsbury RCMP issued a release at 2:30 p.m. About a large tornado touching down at Highway 2 and 581 secondary specifically. And Bob, you're vindicated. But don't make that mistake again until next time, okay? It happens to all of us, Bob. Don't take it hard. You can cry later. All good. Thank you, Sharon, for setting him straight, and that'll be cool. So, I didn't hear about a tornado. Mind you, I haven't really looked at the media. So that is the way it is, and I've been too busy scouting volcanoes and wondering why Mexico isn't there. So there was a tornado then. Yep, there was. And thank you for the welcome backs, you guys. And thanks, John. I was part right. Yep. Well, you had your spidey senses were tingling there, C&D boy. Anyway, let's get over to our SO2 map and continue on with that. And by the way, I want to say thank you to Irish Monk for his wonderful super chat. We'll make sure that Big Murph gets his 2 pesos out of that, so there won't be any confusion. And let's see, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to stop that lava flow. This is so hard sometimes. There we go. So technical. And that is all good. Okay, let's carry on and get over to the SO2 map. And there we did a refresh on it. I'm still seeing that storm sitting off the coast here. The eye is not as well defined today as it was yesterday, and that storm really hasn't moved a lot. It still seems to be about the same position, so we'll see what happens on the weather map when we get to it. Let's start out with the Kamchatka Peninsula. Of course, we see multiple volcano plumes here, or I should say multiple SO2 plumes, and not necessarily from volcanoes, but in this case, likely. So Shivelish up on the top, and then we've got Bezimiani, Klyushevskoy, as well as Kurimsky, down on the bottom. This other one here on Paramashur Island is going to be Ibiko, and that is all kind of getting swarmed into this low or depression that's here where it's raining, and a lot of that SO2 is being taken out by the rain, washed out of the air, which is really awesome. Not bad happenings in Alaska or the the Yukon Northwest Territories has a little bit more smoke, and that is from some of the forest fires up there. And we see that in northern British Columbia as well as northern Alberta as well. And going into northern Saskatchewan, there's one here, as well as over here in Manitoba. I'm not sure if this is just general SO2 on that side. Moving over a little bit, northern Ontario, not that bad at all. Actually, all of Ontario looking fairly decent. This is still the fires there in Quebec, and hopefully that we see that circulation right here. We are hoping that that is going to turn around and move upward and drench that area with some heavy rain and help put those fires out. Not seeing too much out here in the eastern portions. It looks pretty good in Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. So hopefully they are all enjoying their wonderful barbecues there for Canada Day. And looking at western portions of the United States looks pretty good. Till you get down to about Iowa, we see a circulation happening right in there. And I'm wondering if there's some stormy activity. But the eastern portions, a little bit heavier, of course. Lots of people living there, so that is to be expected. Moving down a little bit further into Mexico, and we're not seeing the plumes coming up into Texas. We may have a little bit here in Los Angeles, but nothing really bad in Texas from Mexico right now. And you can see the big red spot, and that is Popocatépetl and Mexico City combined. We see fairly heavy levels in a good portion of Mexico, as well as out here in the Pacific. And that is Adrian the storm. And Adrian, I don't know how strong that is, but that is still there. Moving a little further south, we are not seeing anything too major in Central America or Colombia. We do see some very heavy SO2 levels down here, and this will be from Sabancaya. And Ubinas may be helping out with this plume here a little bit as well. So hopefully that will be okay. We do see that kind of in a circulation here and being pulled into Brazil via Argentina and Paraguay. The other volcanoes are continuing to do their thing, not putting out quite as much, but still some SO2 happening there. Michael volcano down here in the South Sandwich Islands continuing its vigilance of throwing out material. And there's a White Isle volcano doing its thing in just north of New Zealand. And we've got the oil refineries there near Melbourne doing their thing, as well as the coking plants northwest of Sydney doing their stuff. Not so much coming from Tofua today. Looks like Yasur still working its magic, and Agawa and Neoba there in Vanuatu also working hard. And not so bad from the Papua New Guinea area. Looks like Luotolak stepped up the pace a little bit there. And getting over to Java, we do see Semeru definitely putting off a lot of gas. Not quite as much SO2 coming out of Merapi, and I'm kind of surprised at that. You'd think, for something that is erupting as heavy as what we've seen it earlier, it would be a kind of a little higher levels of SO2 in the area, but thankfully it's not, so that's all good. And of course we see here this plume, and partially responsible is Jakarta, the city, high population, but also we can blame some of it on Krakatau, and that is a son of Krakatoa. Moving up a little bit, too hard of a mess to figure out here because of this extra stuff being blown up and in. It's hard to tell. Kerinci and Marapi have some influence here, but not anywhere near as much as what we're seeing from this down here. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. What is it? Cinnabung up here doing its thing and continuing. Nothing coming from Barren Island, a volcano. And we see Ibu and Dacono definitely stepped up the pace there in the Philippines. And then, of course, we have, is that actually the Philippines or Indonesia? Anyway, Mayon and Bulusan here doing their thing, and then Krakatau right in there doing their stuff. And, of course, the wonderful Manila is right in there. So pretty awesome. And we know, we read that report, over 7,000 tons per day of SO2 coming out of there. Hong Kong, of course, got its own plume. Same thing with the industrial stuff there in Taiwan, and looking at what we got from Suwanoshijima, not anywhere near as bad as it was, and looking at what we see here at Sakurajima, fairly heavy plume, but not as bad. It could be worse. ASO, we do see that a plume going off to the east, or the right hand side in this case, and continuing on. Getting up to Tokyo, we know Tokyo is producing a fair amount of SO2 because of population density, but the rest of this SO2 over here coming from Asama, and Asama volcano, of course, been doing its thing for the last little while. So looking at the rest of them up here, nothing too major. We do see some heavier spots there in that'd be Russia up there. Hopefully nothing too bad for those guys. Looking at India, levels are so-so. We see the eastern portion is pretty normal with higher levels. Elevated levels, and going down here, we are seeing some plume come off of the wrong island. We want to see it come from this one. And of course that is where our Navedo del not Navedo del Ruz, sorry, Piton del Formes is on this one. So that is what we got there. And South Africa, we do see that we have our gold processing plants continuing to throw out their material. DR Congo area still have our two volcanoes there. Hard to tell what Erta Ale is doing because of that circulation still in place here, blowing that hot air and SO2 from Saudi Arabia onto the African coast. And these spots here, of course, are from oil refineries that we have in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. And the ones in Iran don't look like they're that heavy today. We do see some larger SO2 levels in some places. That is kind of odd. Looks like the wind currents are taking everything into those areas. And looking at what we've got here, Stromboli, of course, a little bit of a plume there. Not seeing anything come from Volcano right now, but the other one is Mount Etna in here, and we definitely see that blowing all the way over into Greece, and that's that kind of thing. Now, I'm not sure what's going on here in Serbia. There is elevated levels there. We can see that. Hopefully there's nothing bad. That might be a fire or something like that, but you never know. Rest of Italy looks pretty clean. Sardinia is clean. Little bits there on the bottom of Spain and Portugal. France looking not bad. Belgium not too bad. A little bit in Holland and a little bit in the western portions of Germany. England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales all look pretty good. Poland, southern half, I'm looking a little heavier, and Denmark and the northern countries here like Norway, Sweden, and Finland all pretty good, and slightly elevated levels there coming from Reykjavik, but nothing too terribly bad that they can't handle. Let's leave that there. Kate is here. Welcome, Kate. Good to see you. And let's leave that. We'll go over to our weather map. We'll bring that one up, and there we go. Let's zoom in to the north. Actually, let's talk about Adrian first. And looking at Adrian, it is definitely still out here in the Pacific, and there's a Puerto Vallarta there, so just about straight out from Puerto Vallarta. Quite a ways out though. If we look at the precipitation around it, it's not looking like it's a huge storm there, but we look at the rest of this stuff around it. Is it all being driven by that storm? And that's something that we kind of have to ask. that could be part of it. The real far outsides of it, not liking what I'm seeing there in Mexico. Lots of storms there. But let's get up and go have a look at Alaska first. Some awesome temperatures again for them today, up to 24 degrees. I thought I'd seen a 25 in there, but 24 is still a pretty reasonable day for, there's the 25 I've seen. 24, 25, that's all cool, and we like that. It's warm actually, and up to about 26 degrees in some places there in the Yukon, looking pretty awesome. And then we get over here in the Mackenzie River Valley, and that area we are seeing up to 27 degrees Celsius. And of course a majority of Northwest Territories up in the 20-degree range, so that is pretty wild temperatures for them. It's actually cooler down here in British Columbia, the northeast corner, up to 21, 22 degrees. But central areas here a lot cooler today. And looking at what we've got in Vancouver, looks like about 20 degrees Celsius. And over on the rock here, about 22 or so for Bob. Bob, what's your temperature? 22? Anyway, I know that's kind of personal, but it's okay. Soyuz coming in around 31 degrees. 19 there? Okay. 30 degrees, 31, that is pretty awesome. And some fruit growing areas, Penticton 27, Kelowna 29. Awesome stuff. Let's move over into Alberta, and we are seeing 30 degrees in Lethbridge, Medicine Hat sitting at 34. Wow, they warmed up a bunch. 27 there in Calgary, and only 20 degrees here because we've got some rain, and that'll help with putting out fires if there are any. And let's see, we got Regina sitting at 32, Saskatoon at 31, Winnipeg coming in at 29, Judy M probably got about 29 degrees there as well. We see that heat all the way up into the northern portions of Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and even in northern Ontario we're seeing up to 31 degrees along the Hudson's Bay. There we go. I had to pick the right one. Vancouver is what threw me off. They got Horseshoe Bay. 23 in Toronto, 24, 23, 24. We got about 26 in London at 24 in Detroit, and Chicago coming in at about 22, Milwaukee about 24, and if you go just a little bit west there, you raise up the temperature to 27, 28, and of course it's the big difference between the lake air temperature, and the land temperature that makes that a big jump. Still, the lake is warming up, so it'll hold that heat for a while. 20 degrees in Montreal, Quebec City coming in at 23. That's a little strange. Usually it's the other way around as far as the higher temp. And we are seeing up to 23 degrees there in New Brunswick. And of course, we see about 17, 18, and maybe about 19 degrees there in Cole Harbour. And moving along, looking at what we've got here in Newfoundland, up to 22 degrees, and they're not bad. Avalon Peninsula slightly cooler, from 12 to about 16. Looks like really quite hot up here too, 29 degrees up in northern Quebec, and that is some of that is getting up into Labrador as well. Just a very small tip here, that is too cold yet for Quebec. Let's go take a look. I'm just checking my time here. I guess we can start with the U.S. Portland coming in at about 26 degrees, and Redding sitting at 41 degrees. Holy mackerel, we got a 43 right there beside it. That is incredible. And 31 at Santa Rosa. Sacramento sitting at 43 degrees. San Francisco says about 15. I don't believe that. We just, especially considering we got across the way here, we got 34, 35 degrees. That is a little bit odd. San Jose coming in at 33. Just scanning through here, looks like a lot of 40s, 41s, 42s for that area. There's some 43s and 44s as well. They are definitely feeling the heat today. And there you go, 42 degrees. Wow, that is some hot stuff. Bakersfield, you can go there and bake in the field at 42, 43 degrees. Let's see what Death Valley is bringing us. Okay. All right, freaked me out, but did I just see 50 degrees Celsius? Wow. That is, oh, there's a 51. That is definitely going to be the high temp for today. And thank you for bringing that up, Wonky Donkey. Yeah, that is 51 degrees right there on the screen. That is incredible, and that is in the Death Valley area. So, yeah, very, very hot. So far, Death Valley gets the high temp. Las Vegas coming in at 42 as well. Mexicali sitting at 45. Incredible temperatures today from southern portions here of the U.S. 45, 44. Wow. Phoenix coming in at 43. Wow. 40 in Tucson. And some of those areas around Phoenix we see up to 45 degrees. Those are incredible temperatures. Albuquerque, New Mexico, you could go there and cool off at 32 degrees. Let's see what we've got over here in Texas. Corpus Christi 30, San Antonio is 28, Houston 35, 38, and not 28. 36 there in Austin. Dallas coming in about 32. Moving up a little bit, looking at Oklahoma City 32, Little Rock, Arkansas 34, New Orleans sitting at 35. Wow, temperatures are just right through the roof. 29 in Miami, you could go there and cool off. 29 in Orlando, 28 in Jacksonville. Atlanta sitting at 27, and that is a little bit cooler. Columbia 31, Charlotte, North Carolina 31, and Grandma B is right underneath some kind of a weather system. She's only got 25 degrees. Be thankful. And 25 there at Virginia Beach, Washington 23, Baltimore 25, Philadelphia 26, and New York 23, and Boston coming in at about 19 degrees. Looking at it, it is a break time, and I've already gone over a little bit, but so far 51 degrees is our record for what we see there. And let's do Mexico and the rest of it after the break. It's going to put you back on the canned lava here. For those good people who are here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bob for Death Valley being the highest temperature at 51 degrees Celsius. That is incredible. That's over 120 degrees Fahrenheit, and yeah, that's a cooking. Here's some music. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't, and I'm your host, DrFox2000. Back in a few minutes. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all here still. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Hopefully everyone is having a wonderful and ducky time. And of course, it's been raining here, and I think we're going to get some more rain right away. Those clouds are looking pretty low, and maybe some more thunder boomers too. We'll see what happens. Thank you for the welcome backs from Wonky Donkey and Alba Girl, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from our wonderful Sharon Stewart. And good point, Sharon, about getting CND Boy to find the cold temp. Maybe he'll do that. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's get back over to our weather map. I'm going to park this lava, and let's stop it right there. Okay, got it. All right, so weather map, whether we wanted to or not. Anyway, there you can see Adrian, off the coast of Mexico, and well, it's quite a ways out though. It is definitely influencing the area though, pumping up a bunch of that hot air into the Mexican area, and that is likely responsible for some of this heat, but still not understanding why we're seeing such high temperatures there in California, considering that low is blowing cold air along the coast. So I'm a little bit mystified by what we're seeing. Anyway, some of these areas are 44, 45 degrees very easily, and we see a lot of 40 plus degree temperatures, and that includes places like Mazatlan. Well, actually that's 28 degrees there, and that's a little cooler. Central portions here in the plateau, a little bit cooler, anywhere from about 19 to 22 degrees there for Mexico City. And we look at some of the other spots here. They're not quite as hot in the lowlands coming down, and we see up to about 32 degrees. That's not that bad. Acapulco sitting at about 30, and well, we're seeing mid 30s, 33, 34s anyway there in the Yucatan Peninsula. Cancun coming in at about 29 degrees, a little bit more palatable than 39 or 40 degrees. Central American areas all look about the same. Looks like we've got a circulation right over top of this area here, and that would be Nicaragua and El Salvador. And hopefully they're not getting anything really bad thunderstorm wise. Looks a little better, and going down through Costa Rica and into Panama. We do see kind of a convergence right here, as well as over in Venezuela. Some active weather perhaps. Venezuela up to about 32 degrees in the lower areas. Same thing goes for what we see here in Colombia. Then up the river valley, we see 31, 32 degrees there as well. That's not bad. The jungle areas looking like about 26, 27 degrees for the most part. Higher elevations, of course, are going to be a little bit on the cooler side, and looking at about the same thing there at 27 degrees for the high end, and possibly about 24 for the lower side. For the jungles of Colombia, Guayaquil coming in at about 28 right now. Quito is sitting at 13. Lima coming in at about 18, 19 degrees in Peru, and we do see some temperatures up to about 27 in the Peruvian areas. Looking at the Amazon River Basin, again, anywhere from about 28 down to about 26 degrees. So relatively a nice weather there for those guys. Looks a little bit cooler over here on the eastern coast. Rio de Janeiro sitting at about 19 degrees. Sao Paulo about 15. And looks like up to about 26, 27 there in Bolivia, with the lower ends, of course, in the mountains and being even down to 0 or some negative temperatures. And that'll be some thunder in the background. And the Paraguay, anywhere from 19 to about 22 degrees, and that's not bad. Northern portions of Argentina, not that bad, but we can see that cutoff line somewhere around the Buenos Aires area. Paysandú coming in at about 14 degrees right now, not the warmest place to be. And we see temperatures from about 7 or 8 moving on up in that general vicinity. So that is about the highest is about 16 up in the northern end of Uruguay. Buenos Aires coming in at about 12, and then we got down into single digits in lower portions of our wonderful Argentina. Chile, of course, has got all kinds of cold temperatures. Sounds like the rain is starting again. And yep, we definitely have some very dark clouds coming over us. And the rainfall, those raindrops look pretty darn big. Scary. In case I disappear because of a lightning strike, we'll not worry about it. Let's just let you know that that is happening in case we do have something go amiss or awry. It's actually hailing out right now. Let me double check that. Yep, that is hail. We are getting some hail right now. So hopefully that'll be okay. Yeah, small hailstones, nothing large, at least not yet. So I'm okay with that, but the clouds sure do look dark in my east cam and my west cam. Hopefully things will be okay. Anyway, let's look at what's happening in New Zealand. Some very cold temperatures there. Christchurch only about 7 today. It is winter time. We are seeing temperatures down below freezing in the higher elevations. Coastal areas slightly warmer, but not by much, 7-8 degrees in a lot of places. Wellington sitting at 11 right now. North Island, of course, a lot warmer. Hastings coming in at about 12. And what are we seeing here? Taupo sitting at about 9 degrees for their flea market. Hopefully everyone is keeping the fleas warm. And we see 13 to 14 degrees in the Bay of Plenty. Auckland coming in about 13, and with about 14 being the highest. Oh, I see a 15 up here as well. 14, 15 degrees for the highest temperature there in northern New Zealand. And wow, I'm just looking on the cameras and outside, and yeah, we have a thunderstorm. Plus hail for dark. Yep, we definitely have some of that. Looks like about 11 there in Hobart in Tasmania. And we see the low temps about 5 and the high end stuff about 12 around the coast. So not bad for them. Melbourne sitting at about 11 degrees right now. Adelaide about 9. And Canberra is sitting at about 3 degrees. We've seen some of those pictures. They get some nasty snow there sometimes in the higher elevations. And we see Sydney coming in at about 12, 13 degrees. Going up here, looking at Brisbane sitting at about 17 degrees. And give me a second, you guys. I got to go close some windows. And that rain is changing directions. Give me a sec. Otherwise, we're going to have a wet place. We don't want that. Okay, I'm back. Anyway, yeah, wow, that rain is certainly coming down. For those who have been peeking at the other stream, you can probably tell I'm not joking when I say it's coming down. Anyway, that is what we're seeing there in Australia compared to here, they are having a ducky day. And there we go, Perth coming in about 9 or 10 degrees. And looking at the very top end, could hear it. Yeah, that is, it is pouring. And that rain is bouncing a couple feet off the roadway, I can see. So those are big drops. At least the hail stopped, so that's a good thing. Just raindrops now, large raindrops. Take cover, Doc. Wow, yep, I do plan to stay here. Anyway, 29 degrees, and they're in the northern portions of Australia. Not that great for today. Let's take a look north, the Kermadec Ridge area. And we are seeing 17, 18, up to 20. The further north we go, the better it gets. So the northern end of Tonga will be a lot better. American Samoa's 26, 27 degrees. Looks like Fiji 25 to 28 degrees. And New Caledonia sitting anywhere from 22 to about 23 degrees. And we see 26 is the high end there and 23 the low end for our wonderful Vanuatu. We do see a circulation out here near Papua New Guinea's islands, and don't know exactly how much they're going to end up getting temperature-wise. Looks pretty normal though, a little cooler in some spots. And you got to remember it's early morning yet, so they're all going to warm up there. Java, East Java sitting at about 24, Central 24, West 24. That's pretty normal. And Sumatra usually about the same, the higher elevations. Of course, a little bit cooler. Singapore coming in about 26. And Bangkok sitting at about 27, 28 degrees. Over in Manila, we see about 29 degrees. And most of the Philippines are right up in that area, doing about the same. 28 there in Hong Kong. And looks like a pretty toasty warm in many places in China right now, up to about 30, 31 degrees. Looking at Kagoshima real quick, 26 there in Japan, and moving up a little bit. Tokyo coming in at 26 as well. Doesn't look too bad of a day at 27 at what is it? Nagoya. If I said that right, I probably butchered it. Sapporo, 21 degrees, and then getting up to the Yucatan Peninsula, still seeing incredible temperatures at 28 degrees in some spots. That is like wow, and still a lot of ice and snow melting up there with that kind of a temperature happening. And let's move over a little bit more, not anything too severe there in Myanmar. We're seeing Delhi coming in at about 27. Pakistan's got up to about 33 degrees right now. Sliding down to Madagascar, still very cold. They are getting cold weather. They need a warmth. Those poor meerkats need to stay warm. And we see Cape Town coming in at about 12 degrees. And some very cold places. We see a -5 in some spots there in South Africa. Hopefully they'll warm up soon. South Central areas a little bit on the cool side as well. Then we get back into the jungle area and the plains and stuff. They are starting to get a little bit warmer. And then when we get into the Sahara Desert, we are seeing temperatures up to 41 degrees so far, and still not beating Death Valley's 51. So that is what we've got going on there. And let's see, yeah, lots of places that are close to 40 degrees, even over here in the eastern side of the system. Looks like a low right off of Oman here, likely creating some weather, but we're seeing up to about 33 degrees in UAE, and up to 36 there in Oman, and 38 there in Saudi Arabia in the southeast corner. Riyadh coming in at about 31. The coastal areas, of course, are always going to be a little bit on the warmer side with a lot of humidity for those good folks. And let's go up a little bit more. Baghdad coming in at 30. And then we see other countries here somewhat on the cool side. Beirut down to a 15 in some place. Beirut itself is 25, but in Lebanon they've got looks like down to about 15, 16 degrees in some spots. Surprise, Turkey is this cold again in the eastern side. 8, 9 degrees, 10 degrees, and that is not good. And let's see, if we go to Maleta, they've got about 18 degrees. Adana coming in at about 23. And home of Piggy sitting at about 22, 23 degrees for her. Athens sitting at about 22. Redanzo there in Sicily about 15. Catania coming in at about 23. And moving up a little bit, we see Naples is about 22, 23 degrees. Rome coming in at about 21. And Milano sitting at about 22. Nice temps for all of them. Madrid sitting at about 23. Lisbon is 20. Aurelio's place about 18 degrees. Not bad looking. And we get up into France for nighttime temperatures. Not too bad. It looks like about 15 in Nantes for Tanto, and Paris coming in at about 16. Munich is about 16. Frankfurt coming in at 15. Cologne 16. Yvonne Coco's house about 16 as well. Luxembourg 12, 13 degrees. Looks like Brussels sitting at about 15, and that is kind of a split from 18 down to about 11 degrees there in Belgium. Amsterdam coming in at about 17, 18 degrees, and again the lowest temp there be about 13 degrees. So between 13 and 18, that's not bad. Berlin sitting at 17. Hamburg coming in at 15. Copenhagen coming in at 16, and we've got 15 in Aarhus. Oslo 12, Stockholm 14, St. Petersburg is 16, and Moscow coming in at 16 as well. Let's have a look at England. 15 there in London. Looks like maybe a little bit warmer on the coast of Wales. Leeds sitting at 12. Glasgow coming in at about 9 degrees. Aberdeen is sitting at 12. The Highlands there in Scotland, 8, 9 degrees. Coastal areas again, somewhere around 12, 13 degrees for them. And we're looking at about 11, 12 degrees in Dublin. And Irish Monk on the other side and near Ennis will be about 13 degrees there. So not bad. And we see Reykjavik coming in at about 11 degrees right now. So that is not bad for Reykjavik. And we'll leave it there. I think it is just about time to do a break. And when we come back from the break, we're going to do precipitation. I just wanted to see what we've got sitting over top of Edmonton. And that don't look very good. Let's see what the radar looks like. Ooh, okay, so most of our thunderstorms are to the south of us. We still have stuff to the northwest that may come passing through here. So intermittent storms, and that's what we're seeing. That is pretty wild. Okay, let's leave it on the precipitation. We'll leave that zoomed out. We'll come back after the break and have a look at everything. So don't go away, you guys, and keep smiling. I'm going to put you back on some canned lava. That, of course, is archive footage from June the 8th of Helima crater. And that is a few hours, well, technically, I guess, a day after the eruption, the original eruption on the 7th at, what was it, 4:43 or 4 or something like that, there in Hawaii time. And that is pretty awesome to see that. All right, time for a break. For those good people who have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. That thunderstorm is over as quick as it started, and I can open some windows up again. Not that I really need to. It's not that bad in here. So, anyway, be good, be nice, play nice in the lava, hit the like button, and I'll be back. Here's some music. There we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you guys on on board. What oinky oink shenanigans? Hey, what are you talking about there, Bob? The bouncing pig. I didn't see no bouncing pig. Did Piggy run to the bathroom? Maybe. What? And thank you for the welcome backs, everyone. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And of course, thanks, Alba Girl. Let's get back to what? What? Did you not see that pig run across the screen there? Sharon, I'm sure I've seen it. I'm just kind of wondering why, but we don't know what's going on. Let's leave that be. Let's get back over to the weather. That's whether we want to stay safe or not. Looking at the weather map, of course, up in the north, we see some ice rain up here in the Arctic Ocean. And trotted past, I saw a little peak of the corner. Oh, in the corner. Okay. Well, apparently it ran right across there, that little piglet, and that's all good. Anyway, looking at what we see here, looks like the Alaskan Peninsula is definitely getting some rain. Looks like a rain up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories and going into Nunavut as well. Northern British Columbia, thunderstorms all over the place. And that system is, of course, gone into Alberta and doing its thing here as well. Looks like the driver to it is this low, and that may be kind of partially in Alberta and Saskatchewan. So that may dip down a little bit more and continue on. But right now we're seeing some of that. So they were saying that there was some some tornadoes earlier today. And let's see if that'll help by zooming in. This berry is, where the heck is that? We'll go down here a little bit more. And that should be along the highway there somewhere. Highway 2. And I'm trying to find it. They may not have it on the map. That is Lacombe. I don't see it. Anyway, they did have some quakes, or not quakes, tornadoes. So hopefully that is all gone. And that is what we're seeing there. So you can kind of see what's going around Edmonton right now. And we're in store for some more. So we're going to see a little bit of stuff. I don't think our fireworks tonight are going to work out. I wanted to head over with the drone, but I don't think if this is going to be the weather that we can afford to do that. And looks like going into Saskatchewan as well, and then Manitoba's got some rain. Northern Ontario, a little bit of rain up on the top there, and some isolated thunderstorms, and north of Sudbury in those areas, and in eastern Ontario as well, going into of course into Quebec. Montreal getting some right now. We do see a bunch of rain all over the place there in and thunderstorms in Quebec as well as in Labrador. Doesn't look too bad here in Newfoundland, just some little stuff. A couple of rain spots there in New Brunswick, and hopefully Nova Scotia will stay dry. Looks like PEI is dry. They do have a few spots where they're getting some rain. Let's go down the east coast here while we're looking at this. We do have some storms in New York State and Pennsylvania, and going into Ohio, and then of course Virginia and all those places, even as North Carolina. Looks like Grandma B might be getting some storms as we speak. And of course here in Georgia, northern Georgia, very, very famous for getting lots of stormy activity going into Tennessee, as well as here in Alabama. not so bad down in Florida. We do see some storms on the western side, but that is not that bad. We do have this massive system sitting here, and looks like, what is that, Missouri area, if I'm not mistaken. St. Louis must be, and looks like around Kansas and north into Iowa and Nebraska as well. So lots of stuff going on there. Looks like Oklahoma is clear, but we see our stuff happening here in Texas, some smaller isolated storms, hopefully, and nothing too major progresses out of that. Looks like fairly good in the southern portions, and it looks like Wyoming and Montana area, and a little bit into Idaho as well for that system. Now getting down here where we see Adrian. Adrian doesn't even look that big, but I don't know if we consider this part of Adrian or not. But we are seeing a bunch of inclement weather there in Mexico and going down through Central America, and this is why we have very, very poor visibility of any of those volcanoes. And then we see what's happening in northern portions of South America. Looks like Venezuela, Colombia, and northern areas here of the French Guiana, etc. Those guys are all getting nailed with some rain, even into Ecuador and Peru. Looks like the latter part of Brazil and Bolivia, and let's see, going down into Paraguay, Uruguay, and a good chunk of Argentina are pretty dry. Nothing till you get into the coastline area where you can see this system pushing, and I don't know if that's going to scoot down or if that'll make it across, but it looks like this low is driving that, so it'll probably pull it down, and lower portions of Argentina are going to get some more nasties. Zooming in a little bit over here, yeah, why does that not surprise me that I see snow in New Zealand, South Island especially, getting a bunch of snow in the higher elevations, and rain in the lower elevations. And then of course the North Island, we see the peninsula definitely getting nailed with the rain, and the western portions for the most part of the North Island. Looking up here, likely some stormy activity for the Kermadec Ridge area, and looks like it's not bad for Fiji and some of those other countries out there, the American Samoas, etc. Looking at New Tasmania, western side, a little bit of rain, not that bad, and a few rain spots there in southern Australia. And then of course up here in the north we are seeing a lot heavier rain, and that is okay, they will need it. Papua New Guinea area, we talked about that circulation earlier there, we do see it, and they are getting some, the islands are really getting some heavy stuff. The larger land mass not quite as bad, but we get over here into Indonesia, and we see we have potential everywhere for rain and bad weather. And looks like Bali is getting rained upon, and looks like the southern coasts of most of those places are getting rain. And then we see this system in here, lots of big stormy activity, and that is all around. It doesn't matter where you go, and we'll see that infiltrating into the land masses. Singapore, of course, getting a bunch of rain there, and it looks like even up here in Thailand and along the coast of Myanmar, etc., getting a bunch of rain. 'Tis the season. Hong Kong getting a rain, and of course the Philippines getting rain. Looks like actually it's dry right now in Taiwan, and looks like here's what's happening with Japan, the bottom end, of course, getting some storm activity just in the southern islands here for sure, and hitting Kagoshima, getting some rain there. Looks like not that much rain, but we know there's a lot of cloud there in most of Japan. System in the Sea of Japan, as well as to the eastern side, and that extends all the way up to that low that's driving it, and that is over top of the Coral Islands. That's got to be a big low, and that's even getting the Kamchatka Peninsula a little bit wet. Moving over a little bit more, we see Sri Lanka's got some rain, India, variable spots all over the place, and places like Pakistan, as well as Bangladesh over here on this side. Everybody's getting some good rain to wash out that bad pollutants out of the air. And here we got Madagascar, eastern side's got some rain. Looks like southern Africa is pretty dry. Central regions, of course, getting some rain. Those are rainforest areas, and not so bad in the Sahara Desert. We do have a rainstorm here, a little bit odd. Typically you don't see that, but that's okay. Nothing over here in the UAE or Oman or Yemen or Iraq or Iran's got a couple spots here along the Caspian. We aren't seeing too much there in Turkey either, so Piggy will have a dry day or a dry night. And we see, looks like some stuff here in Albania and going northward. Lots of fun for those guys. And down here looks like between Sicily and the Italian boot there, Stromboli probably getting some rain, Volcano getting some rain in those areas. Looks like the rest of Italy is doing pretty good. And no rain in Spain, and no rain in Portugal. Some isolated spots down in southern France, including the edges of what are those Alps called? Oh, the Alps, never mind. And it looks like Switzerland is getting some as well, and southern Germany and eastern portions of Germany. Looks dry in western France and Belgium. A little bit of rain in Holland, and looks like not that bad for northwestern portions of Germany. We are seeing some rain up in Denmark as well, and some nasty rain there in Sweden and Norway, and over here in Finland, all on the bottom ends, and then a little bit up on the top. Looks like another system out here in Russia. Looking at England really quickly, looks like it's pretty dry, with the exception of maybe up here in Scotland on the coastlines, getting some of that rain. A couple of little spots there in Ireland, nothing too crazy. And a little better today there for Iceland. Still a bunch of rain spots, so not unusual. Of course, the island weather is always what it is. Greenland Sea, we do see some ice there, ice rain I should say, and then of course snowing there in those other places. While we're here looking at the Davis Strait, they've got a little bit of ice rain there as well, and at the bottom end of Baffin Island definitely has got a nasty storm with some ice rain getting all the way over into Quebec. So that is your precipitation. I want to put it back on the radar map because I'm curious see if my next thunderstorm is going to be a while. Yeah, well, this looks like it's curving down, so I don't know if we're going to get anything really, really heavy here, but definitely got to watch out for that. And Kananaskis country, if you're watching, a swift current down here, as I got some rain coming, and that's okay. Nothing too crazy. All right, now it's time to put Bob to the test. And Bob, you have found a low temperature, I hope, for Antarctica. And let's see what C&D Boy can bring up. So far I'm seeing a minus 78, and we'll see What else we've got here? Minus 77, 78. Right there. Do we see a minus 79? Not yet, but we'll hunt. And let's see. A minus 81 right there. Let's take a look at that area. There's a minus 83, minus 84 so far, and that is getting cold. Well, Bob is still hunting. We have a minus 84 already. There's a minus 85. I've seen it right in this region. 83, 84, and there's 85 right in between there. Sue Hayes is here. Coldest temp I found in Antarctica, minus 94. Sue, you are really cold. Minus 94. Wow. That is cold. I wonder where that is. Minus 94. I'm trying to locate that. That is horrible. I'm only, there we are in the minus 90s. There's a minus 93. Oh my God! Wow. There it is. A minus 94 degrees Celsius. That is incredible. On the screen, a minus 94 degrees. A minus 95. Kerching! I beat ya. Minus 95 on the screen. Holy macaroni. That is cold. That is the coldest I've ever seen down there. Minus 95 degrees Celsius. You have got to be kidding me. What is that in Fahrenheit? Anyone check that out? Tell me what the conversion is there. Minus 95 degrees Celsius is how much in Fahrenheit? And that's got to be like 130 below. That is just ridiculous. And wow, minus 93. Coldest temp I found was minus 86. Well, Bob, you take a look on the screen, you got minus 95 on there. That is just incredible. I don't know how anyone or anything could survive that. And yep, Bob, nice try though. Thanks for trying to locate it. But yeah, that is just a crazy. Interstellar space is even colder. Yes, of course it is there, Brian. Yeah, so, all right, I'm going to leave it as that. I don't want anything colder than that. I'm curious, though. Minus 95 C is how much in Fahrenheit. I'm going to check that. Minus 95 C equals how much in Fahrenheit? 139 degrees Fahrenheit. Minus 139 degrees. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, you wake up on a brisk morning with that kind of temperature, you won't be breathing. I can guarantee you that. That is horrible. Anyway, that is it for today, ladies and gentlemen. That is the entirety of the wonderful stream. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Let's throw you back on the canned lava so we can all warm up after that cold episode of frigid weather. Wow, minus 95 degrees Celsius, 139 degrees Fahrenheit, below zero, or yeah, minus 139. I just, yeah, wow. Anyway, I want to say a big thank you first off to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, of course. And Piggy is such a wonderful person, sending in those bacon seeds every day and doing her thing. And then she found those ice sculptures as well today. So I sent those in, and I was obligated to do that. I mean, she does so much for the stream. The least I could do is appease her by showing a few of those wonderful pictures. And I want to say a big thank you to Piggy. Also, thank you to Bob, C&D Boy, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome. Also want to say a big thank you to our gift giver of the day, and that is Grandma B. She threw a gift, one gift in there, and that is always awesome. A wonderful support. And then I want to say a thank you to our super chatters. And of course, Piggy put two small super chats in there. Thank you, Piggy. Gura26 also threw in a super chat. Thank you, Gura. Ken Wilson also threw in a super chat. Thank you, Ken. Linda Schoof also threw in a super chat. Thank you very kindly, Linda. And Irish Monk also threw in a super chat. Thank you very much, Irish Monk. And appreciate all of you guys. That is an awesome support for the stream, and I appreciate that. Starting the day out the right way, or the first of the month. The ice sculptures are at the end of the bacon seeds, Sue. Yeah, you might want to have a look at that if you haven't had a peek there. And I hope you had a really nice barbecue, Sue. That would be awesome. It's been raining here on and off. We've had some thunderstorms come through, and likely going to have a few more come through later. And I just want to say thanks everyone for being here, and happy Canada Day to all of you. And it's a time to wrap things up. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. And thank you everyone for being here. Of course, without you, this stream would not be here. Nice food, but thick fog there now. Darn it, that fog. I hate fog. And old Nick says, I was lurking, but saying goodbye to all of you good folks. Thanks, old Nick, and you're welcome to do exactly that. Keep peeking in, and means a lot to us, and thanks for letting us know. On those notes, I only have one major thing to add, and we all go through losses, and that's why I always end my stream with that one basic line that I use there is please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon for our next show. Be good, be kind, and take care of yourselves, and we'll see you. And oink oink!